Good morning, everyone, and let's start the day 7 of our workshop on taking your team from good to great, essentials of building a high-performing team. And let's start with the same power-packed energy that you guys always have. And the first session for today is being taken by Dr. Preeti. It's called Coaching for Performance, and I hope that all of you will be, enjoying the session. This is something which is, it's a completely interactive session as always, and Dr. Preeti will be taking you through that journey. Over to you, Dr. Preeti.
Thank you, Dr. Tanvi, for this wonderful introduction. And let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Preeti, and I'm a faculty with Amity Education Group. I have been conducting these workshops to motivate the good environment in the organization, and I have conducted research in the participants' motivation. So I welcome you to the workshop. This workshop will be really interacting, and I request all of you to post your queries in the chats. If you feel any type of technical glitches, please let us know. You can unmute yourself, as well as you can post your query in the chats. Throughout this journey, I expect the maximum participation from all of you. So coming to the title of the workshop, this workshop is for the coaching for the performance. So we welcome you to the workshop again. Before we start the workshop, I would like to take this opportunity to know all of you who are attendees of this workshop. So I request you to post your name, your company, and your designation in the chats, so that, yes, ma'am. I request you to post your name and your designation and your company in the chats, so that I can become familiar with you, and we all in the team should know each other. This is a great opportunity for all of us to know each other, to learn from each other, who are the people who are working in various domains, and people who are located in various parts of the world. So thank you, everyone. We have Celicia, and she is a business consultant as a facilitator. Welcome, Celicia, to the workshop.
Dr. Preeti, sorry for the
Yes.
interruption. It's Cecilia. Cecilia, that's a name.
Okay,
I'm just
I'm
helping.
sorry. Yes,
No
thank you
worries.
so much. Cecilia, welcome to the workshop. We have Mariam from Morocco, and she is uh, in nephrology responsible nurse. Oh, it's really exciting for me to speak to such a diverse group of people. And we have welcome to everyone. We have Yasudev, and they are Assistant Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Land Use Planning. So we have people from the Health Department, we have people from the Planning Department, and we have Galani from Philippine Department of Agriculture. We have people from Agriculture Department, and they are into information and communication technology sector. Welcome. We have Denise working with the Ministry of Local Government as a community officer. Welcome, Denise. We have Jester, admin officer from the Department of Science and Technology. It's my pleasure to be a trainee for today's session. I welcome you
Thank you.
all
Thank you.
again for this time that you are spending, and I'm looking forward for a lot of learning and experiences from you all. Now, in another 1.5 to 2 hours, this is the flow of activities that we are going to have. So this is the flow of the workshop which I am showing. I hope the screen is visible to all of you. You can post a thumbs up or you can post a yes if it is visible to you. Welcome, Babita. Welcome,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Babita.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the screen is visible and we will start with why coaching. Why coaching is so important for the organization, why the managers need to coach the employees for the better performance and for the overall growth of the employee as a human being. Then we will come to what type of manager you are. So it's smaller, okay. So what kind of manager you are. Coming to the next segment will be the coaching for the performance. So this will talk about various type of coaching behaviors. There are 6 type of coaching behaviors that we will be covering in this workshop, starting from focus, understand, challenge, build, reflect, and mobilize. We will be covering these 6 types of coaching behavior, and we will, as a manager, what are your actions to uh, improve the coaching in the organization for your employees? What will be your actions that we will be covering? And we will be identifying the top 5 things that we have learned from this workshop. In case you suggest something else, we will definitely take it further in our next workshop. So you are free to post if you feel in this topic there are certain new things which can be added based on your experience, your vast experience, and your exposure. So this is the flow of our workshop for another 1.5 to 2 hours. Yes, so you can see this slide. What is the first thing that comes to your mind when you see this slide? I request the participants to please post in the chats what is the first thing that comes to their mind if they see this picture. Please post it in the chats. Yes, I'm waiting for your reply. Okay, so it's a team huddle by Darlene. Rajwanti has said that it's together as a one. You are talking about unity. Yasdev is mentioned that coach providing guidance to the team. Yes, Mr. Yasdev, it's very near what you want to say. That is what is my perception also about this picture. It's about the team. Dennis, you are talking about the team spirit, and okay, so about motivation. So we have got various type of responses from UI. So thank you very much for this. And you are absolutely correct that this picture is trying to motivate, and there is a person who is a coach, maybe as a manager or a senior person in an organization. He is trying to help others to grow as a team and perform better for the benefit of the individual as well as for the organization. Before we start the workshop, I would like to ask you a puzzle. Are you ready for the puzzle? Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I
Yes.
encourage you to please unmute yourself and speak to me when we are conducting this workshop, as well as the responses in the chats are also welcome. Now this a puzzle is about, I'll read the puzzle. Turn me on my side and I am everything. Cut me in half and I am nothing. What am I? I read it again. Turn me on my side and I am everything. Cut me in half and I am nothing. What am I? You want to try or you want to have a hint? So please try. You can unmute yourself and tell me what can be the right answer. Okay, Cecilia is asking for a hint. Cecilia, now I think I pronounced you properly. It's right? Okay, Cecilia, I'll give you a hint. Let me see. Thank you. So let me see whether others are able to answer this. Turn me on my side and I am everything. Cut me in half and I am nothing. What am I? Dennis, you are also asking for a hint. Okay.
Yes.
So, should I give you a hint?
Yes.
What do you say, participants? Okay. So the first hint is, it is not a thing. So it is not a thing. I'm writing in the chats, it's not a thing. The second hint is not an animal. Is it a figure? Yes, it can be something, or it's not an object, but it can be something near to, it is something related to mathematics.
Is it a number?
Okay, so Jester has written it's number 8. So turn me on my, yes, Mariam, you are absolutely correct. It's infinity. It's infinity. So can we, yes, we can turn it, and when we cut it into half, it becomes 0. And when you turn it, it's number 8. If when you turn it, it becomes infinity. So we turn it and it's 0. Yes, absolutely correct. And we need applause for Mariam. Please post. And Jenster also, you have also given a right answer. So can we have a clap for both of them? They have given a right answer, although I have given a hint. Yes. Thank you. And thank you for the right answer. So this is about assisting you. I have helped you and you were able to solve the puzzle. This is a very small example. Now, the topic is about coaching for performance. Now, the workshop is about coaching for performance. Most of you, I read your profiles. You people have got excellent profiles. such impressive profiles, and you people must be handling some team, and maybe you are in the leadership position. So just I want to know more about you, what kind of managers you are. So what kind of managers, how you manage your team? So do you give them, so there are two questions which I have written in the chats. The first question is, do you give them a lot of information or a little information? The first question is a lot of information or little information. Okay. The second question is, do they typically speak a lot or and engage, or stay quiet and listen? So you have to answer both the questions. For the question 1, you have to answer whether you give them lot of information or little information. Similarly, for the second question also, you have to answer typically they speak a lot or they stay quiet and listen. So you have to answer these two questions. You can unmute yourself, and we would like to identify what kind of managers you are. You can write it in the chats. Question 1, and you give more of information, let us say more of information, and stay quiet and listen. Or less information, little information, and speak a lot. So those combinations, you 4 combinations you have to write for these 2 questions. I hope you are clear. Okay. So I got the first response from Ilham. They gave the, they told that information gives required information. Okay. So you have to answer, Ilham, you have to answer for the second question as well. Okay. Darlene has answered, give a lot of information and speak a lot and engage. Okay, so Darlene has selected the first 2 options. You give a lot of information and they speak a lot. They express themselves a lot. Okay. Mariam, they have posted that I give them minimum required information and engage them to speak a lot. So Mariam has given less information and they speak a lot. Good. So then Rajwante, amount of info depends upon the case, but usually it's lot of information. Okay. So based on your leadership style and your management requirement, you may, it depends upon the case to case. Okay. Stay quiet and allow the team to speak. Okay. A lot of information and speak a lot and engage. Erla, okay. They speak depending on the case. Okay. So quiet and listen as they answer the questions and provide neat information. Give a lot of information and allow them to speak, but there are cases there is a need. So thank you everyone for your participation. Now based on the, yes, based on the information given by you in the chats, we will see that what type of managers you are, that we are going to interpret now. Gesture is written, give a lot of information, speak a lot and engage. So good. So these things are there. So we'll go to the next slide. Now look at the 4 quadrants of this diagram. Can you see these 4 quadrants? And based on your responses, you can have a high energy participation. So the question one was whether you give more information or less information, and the energy from the employees was high or low based on how much they speak. So we have come to one combination where you provide more information and the participants' energy is very high. So Jester has mentioned that they give a lot of information and the energy is high and they are quite participative. Okay, so you come to this managerial type of style which is participative. Jester, Jester, can you discuss, can you speak some experience where this combination has led to a huge success, or maybe uh, mm, in the organization some whatever were the plans, they were successful with this type of management style what you have done? Can you give an example? You can just take some time to think and you can post it in the chats. I request you to unmute yourself and speak, Chester.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So, I think a concrete example of us sharing or speaking a lot and engaging and sharing a lot of information was every time we prepare for the external audit for our ISO accreditation, ISO 9001. So this is an annual audit by a third party provider. So um, before the conduct of the external audit, so we conduct the internal audit as well as performing a management review. So in those activities, this takes a lot of sharing um, information. So we are sharing opportunities for improvement for the processes, as well as um, finding non-compliance with the standards. So in those cases, so we are sharing the information to all almost during the closing meeting of the audit. So and when the external audit will be conducted by the third party provider, so we're able to pass the recertification as well as the surveillance by engaging or by sharing information, because in the government, transparency and sharing of information is a must. So I think that would be all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jester, for your participation, and definitely it will help you in getting the audit successfully done by the auditors. And this type of, there is nothing wrong and right in having these various combinations of management style that you all are having. So whatever you have mentioned, everyone is right, depends upon the situation. So what Jester has shared is depending upon that particular thing which is going to happen. Now Dennis has mentioned so Dennis has a question. One question: is the show of hand visible to everyone? I can't see.
Yes, because I wanted to speak out in relation to the question, but I make a show of hand, but it seems that it's not visible.
Yeah, I can't see. I can see. So
Yeah,
Dennis,
that's the thing.
you can continue. You can go ahead.
No, I was just saying that you provide a lot of information and engage them a lot, but there are times when you provide a lot of information, there needs to be that two-way communication. Otherwise, they will not be engaged, or you have to create the atmosphere that they feel they can engage themselves. Because at times you can provide a lot of information, but it will come out as giving directives, and they will only listen and execute. But if you create an appropriate environment, it is only then they can engage themselves a lot in exchange of information. Thank you.
Yes, Dennis, you are absolutely right that creating an environment is going to improve the engagement from their end. And that's really important. If you just go on giving the information, and they may not come out with their own creative solutions. So we have to provide the environment so that they are able to speak and they are able to act upon it. Thank you, Dennis, for this explanation. So if this is the first quadrant that we discuss, the other quadrant can be maybe you are providing less information, maybe, and not giving everything cooked up and giving the minimum information, and their response is very high. Can anyone share if they have experienced something like this? They can unmute yourself and speak. Yes, please go ahead. So, or maybe any other quadrant also. If you have mentioned in the chats, you can just speak out. Yeah, Ilham has mentioned quiet and listen, and they ask any questions, then only provide the needed information. So Ilham, you are just not giving a lot of information, only providing them when they ask, when they need them. So you just probably they may is it happening that they're coming to you for more information? How do you experience? Can you elaborate in this situation, Ilham? Yes. Okay. So I'll be waiting for your answer. Whenever you are ready, you can just post in the chats and we will continue the discussion. So in this diagram, whatever is being shown, we have various combinations of the managers providing more information and the team members speaking less. This is one combination. That type of manager style is called as directive. The next one is where you as a manager provide less information and the teammates also, they come up with they speak less. So your management style is leave them alone. So let them struggle and let them come up with the solution for that particular problem. So that is another type of management style. Now, another management style is when you are providing less information and they are coming with the high energy and they are asking many questions. So that is non-directive style of management. So there are different instances where we come up with different type of management style based on the situations, based on the requirement, based on the industry, based on the timeline. So you come up with these 4 type of management styles. So just before I go to the next slide, giving the hint to the teammates, your coaches. So you may be a manager who wants to coach. You want to change the behavior of your team members, or you want to improve the performance of your team members. You can do 2 things. So one is like helping them out by giving the hint. Now, when we have come up with this puzzle, which is infinity, so when you ask for a hint, so there are ways when you can change their behavior. The first way is giving the solution right away. And the second thing is helping them out by asking the questions so that they can grow. I repeat again, as a manager, you can coach your teammates in two ways. The first way is helping them out with a solution. So first thing is you just give them a solution. And the second thing is that helping them out to find out the right solution by asking them questions. Okay, so these are the two ways which you can help your coaches. It has been said that if you give the solution right away, the coaches may not develop themselves to the extent when you may ask questions from them and ask the questions and let them struggle and find out come up with the right solution. Yes, Cecilia, it is the sense of coaching. Make powerful questions in order to guide them. You are absolutely correct. Giving everything on the plate will not help the employees to grow. We have to ask them the questions and we have to go in depth, dive in that phenomena, so that the coachee is able to think more and they are coming up with the solution, and with this they will be growing as an individual. Okay, so now please help me in telling, have you ever thought to coach someone in your organization? How many of you have thought to help someone in the organization? As a manager or as a leader of your organization, you may have a team and you see there is a
I think
potential.
it should be the case for everyone. I think it should be the case for everyone. Most of us are at a managerial level, so it should be the case.
Okay, can you share an example, or can you share that situation when you thought that this person is having a potential and I need to help him grow, and that is going to help him as well as the organization?
It's when you have a newcomer, or even somebody who is already in the service, already working, but you've got a new task, a new project. You'll have to coach them to direct them toward the objective.
Okay, so when their new project is coming up, or new technology need to be shared,
or new staff,
yeah, maybe it's a transition, something.
For me, my experience is not. May I go ahead, Babita? You through?
Sure, Dennis. Sure.
Okay. My experience is not about a new employee, a new worker, but an existing. So actually, I joined this particular division in February, and this particular worker was sort of a laid-back individual. always tend to sit in the back and always wait for instruction or always wait for guidance. And with my kind of my line of leadership style, so I eventually sat her down and provided her with all the relevant coaching, which 5-7 months down the line, I've seen a big improvement. So it's not only about new worker, but existing, depending on the surrounding, again, all based on the environment, like I've stated earlier.
Okay, so that's a very good example, and that's a very relevant thing that you did, and it's the requirement of the industry. Leaders like you, the managers who are actually they are focused towards improving the employees, are going to bring a difference in the life of an individual. So we need to take such efforts, and many of you, I think a lot of us actually want to coach someone and want to change his life over the period of time. But what comes in the way? Do you think there are some hurdles when you come up? You want to, let us say, I want to train someone and I want to coach him to become a better version of himself. What are the hurdles that we face as a employee or as an individual or as a professional? What are the things, what are the hurdles that will come to our way? Can we discuss on some of the challenges that we face when we have decided? Okay, so yes.
So other than
Resistance.
Yash's resistance, you can have the interest, the willingness, because as much as you want to give, it will all depend on that particular individual. Does he or she wants that? And you as a leader, at times you might be tempted or eager or laid back. Then again, because at the top management level, you are not seen to be given your role. So it's all a mixed situation or mixed emotion that you might be experiencing.
So you want to say that you want to give your best coaching, but he may not be interested, and maybe he is having a lot of inertia to change himself.
Yes, you can say that. For me, that particular individual change, because definitely depends on your approach. Then again, so when coaching, you don't coach as in the sense of you need to understand or perform as I am doing. You need to perform to your best, to your ability, but I am providing you with the necessary experience or knowledge to move on. Yeah.
What can we do for that type of person now?
Well, definitely coaching, definitely incentives will come in. Like, for example, at times we think incentives in the sense of receiving financial gain. But incentives can be in the forms of you can send that individual for a training after you have identified his or her issues for not performing, and incentive in the sense of recognizing and acknowledging his or her devotion towards the work. So these are the kind of things that can be considered.
So first thing is financial incentives, and the second thing is acknowledgement of the work. Or so anyone else want to add something? What is the solution that you will try to find for such situation where the resistance is the reason for the employee not getting interested into getting coached himself?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Yash.
Yes, yes.
I just want to share with my colleagues an experience that I had at office. In fact, one of my subordinates was very reluctant to perform at one particular section, given that there was shortage of staff and there was always a backlog in the section. So she was not motivated to work. And all the time she was requesting for a change in posting. So here, coaching only is not the solution. What happens is that there is need also for some sort of counseling, some sort of mentoring, so that we can accompany the employee so that the goal is achieved.
Okay, Jesh. So I just want to say here that coaching doesn't include only the technical assistance or maybe the growth in the particular area where you are working. Coaching includes everything. So it also includes working on the strength of an employee, motivating the employee, handling him with care, as well as the technical assistance. So when you are coaching, you are doing everything.
Okay.
Okay, so how you have taken it forward, yes?
Okay, I've called her for a meeting. We discuss the way forward, how she should proceed, and how we can reduce the backlog, and also ensure that there is teamwork in the section.
Okay. So what were the results after this meeting?
We had several follow-up meetings, and thereafter the work went on smoothly.
Okay, so after several follow-up, it was improved. The situation was in control.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for your
Ma'am.
participation. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Tell me something. Sometime is it? I got an example. I don't know how it's going to fit in here. Like you go as a manager, you go in a new section. You got new employees who've been there for like so many years. They've been having a certain way of working, certain way of doing things, and when you go there, you do an evaluation. You see that if we change the way of working, if we change the processes, it's going to bring in more productivity. Then how you tackle it? I tried something. I said I stooped down to their level. I didn't show that. I didn't go there as a manager, but I went in the section like at the same level of all the staff. And then we started being friends so that the message could pass on. Otherwise, when there's a barrier to communication, when the people already have like built-in ideas, you cannot, despite how much coaching you have, how many techniques you're going to use, it doesn't work. So I stooped down to the level, I befriend with them, we went out for lunch, and then it was marvelous. The outcome was marvelous.
Okay. So that's the right way. The other thing can be like whenever there is a change. So you went to a place which was already established and they have a certain way of doing the things, and that may lead to unproductivity as per your research. So you
It
want
was
to bring a change.
productive, but it was not like efficient productivity.
Yeah, okay, got it. So it may, you want to improve everything, the whole system, but definitely if you come and you try to change it in a short, it will be resistance, or maybe there will be a lot of issues which can arise. So whenever there is a transition, the transition should happen very slowly in steps. So the first step, the steps that you took. The first step that you took was became friends with them and tried to take them out for lunch and all. This is the one thing that you did, but that is not only sufficient. So there are other things also which need to be done. Okay, are you getting it? What I'm trying to say? So it's a slow process. It's a continuous. So the change will happen over a period of time.
Yeah.
In various steps, various initiatives which has to be taken up. So when it comes with when you want to coach something or you want to transform your coachee, it's not very easy. So there are various beliefs and mental blocks that will come to your way. So whenever you are trying to improve something, you are trying to change some person or some phenomena, there will be various beliefs and various resistance that you will face. So that is what we will be talking now.
That there is the communication, there is transfer communication.
Yes, the communication should be very clear and it should be very effective communication. So there is a question from Jester. Should coaching be always coachee driven or it can coach initiate it? So it can be either ways, Jester. The need is identified by the coach or maybe by the coachee. So the relationship between the coachee and the coach should be such that both the persons anyone can initiate and both of them can work for the improvement of the coachee. So the responsibility lies on the coach, okay? But the initiative can be taken up by any one of them. So what comes in the way when you want to change or you want to transform your subordinate or a team member whom you want to change? So there are some beliefs that are there. So I have written some beliefs. If you have some other beliefs or the mental blocks or maybe the resistance, you can also post it in the chats. The first thing is that I don't have time. The first thing, as a manager or as a leader, you have got a number of responsibilities. Now these responsibilities, you have your tasks, you have your deadlines, you have your projects completion, you have your meetings, you have to report to your boss. So all those things are there and you are already occupied with so many things. So first thing is that I don't have time. How do you find the solution to this? Can you just let me know? We all are busy. I know that many of you are still working and then you are also attending this workshop. We all are multitasking. We are lined up every day. We are lined up with all set of responsibilities at home, at the organization, everywhere. So first important thing is that we don't have time. As a coach, when you want to transform the life of a person, you need time. What do you suggest for this? Do you want to say something about it or you want to post something in the chats? The first problem that will come to most of us is about the time.
Well, I think we have to prioritize the task ahead.
Very good, very good. So we have to prioritize. I think we all do this and we need to see which is, yeah, I make time for my staff. Yes, Dave. And Darlene has said we have to make time. So we have to find out time for such things. So the belief is that I don't have time, but release is that I will have to find out. We will find the solution for this. It's not about that we are very, very busy, 100% we are busy. So Inham has written active to-do list accordingly. Yes, we have to jot down the work to do, and we have to prioritize. So we have to involve others also. Okay, so we can take help of others. That's a very good solution that Farsad has said, that we can take a help of others as well. So it's not only we are delegating the things 100%, but to some extent we can do this. It may not be a very long. So we can just, Darlene is saying that we can just not involve that much of time. It can be done in less time also. We can have a plan, okay? So if we are doing it with planning, and that can be, yes, that's really a very good solution. We can have a plan. Even during simple gatherings or during coffee time, we can do this. So informal time, whenever meeting them during the coffee breaks, or maybe just walking just somewhere. So we can, yeah, that's a very good solution to the first belief that we have, that we don't have time. We can find out time by prioritizing, by planning, by taking the things during casual times and all that. The second is that it takes too much of effort. It takes too much of effort. Do we have this belief that comes a way to coach? As a coach, we have this thing also in our mind that it will require a lot of effort. What can be the release for this? What do you think about it?
Because you want to succeed, you want to give all your best. You want it to be perfect.
Okay, so you have to identify your true potential. So, and this is how you can improve the coaching process. So it takes too much of effort. So you have to take some efforts, and you have to identify your potential. So we always look at our weaknesses rather than looking at our strengths. So the release for this can be that we can look at our strengths and we can do it. It's not impossible. The next one can be, I can do this better. I can do this better. This is another thing that this is a mental block that we are having. I can do it this better. Can you explain? It depends upon our willingness. Okay. So even during the it depends upon our willingness. So if we are willing to do
to give that effort, to put in that effort.
So if we are willing to put that effort, we are able to do that. Yes. Yeah. So if I tell them what to do, they won't make mistakes. So just pointing out their mistakes, do you think it will be a solution to this?
No.
So what we can do?
You have to show the strengths and the weakness at the same time.
Okay. And we have to ask them questions. What is stopping them to get a better version of themselves? So rather than pointing out only on the mistakes, we have to do the focus on the strengths.
Yeah.
That's very right. Very right. So this process takes a lot of time, and I have a deadline. So another belief is that it is a continuous long process, and I don't have time. I have a deadline. I have to finish this. So I will do it a shortcut. I will give a solution to him rather than transforming him. I will give a solution to this. So these are some of the mental blocks that come to, some of the beliefs that stop us from coaching teammate or the person in our organization. So next we are going to speak about 6 important coaching behaviors. In this slide, we can see the coaching behaviors which have been identified. The first coaching behavior is focus. Then we have the second coaching behavior as explore, challenge, build, reflect, and mobilize. We will learn in detail about these coaching behaviors in the next slides. So starting with the first coaching behavior, that is what? That is focus. Okay. So what do you mean by focus? Have you ever thought about a person in your team whom you want to change and transform and would like to experiment with? Have you ever thought about it?
Dr. Preeti?
Yes.
So while our participants deliberate on this question, we can also mention this in the chat. We can take a short 10 minutes break. We can give them this question to deliberate on, and then we'll come back after the break and discuss on it.
Okay, so shall we take a break now and we can just ask them to come back by 12:10?
Yes, so as per their clocks, they'll be returning after 10 minutes. So everyone is in a different time zone. So we will just resume after 10 minutes.
Thank you. 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. And please take this question and we will get back after 10 minutes. Okay. So we will take a 10 minutes break. Think about a person whom you want to coach and experiment with him and try to improve and bring a better version of himself. So thank you, everyone, and we will be back in 10 minutes. Good afternoon, participants. I welcome you back to the workshop on coaching for performance. I hope you all are back. Yes. Thank you, Mariam. Thank you, Darlene. Thank you, Yasdev. So thank you for joining back.
Yes.
All the participants. Yes. So now before the break, I have given you a question to just think about a situation in your organization where you are planning to coach someone and what changes you want to bring in that individual and what is the strategy that you are going to plan for it. So can we have a discussion on this? Darlene, Cecilia?
Can you please repeat the question?
Yes. So before the break, I have asked you a situation when you want to change the behavior of a person in your organization as a coach. And what is the strategy that you want to build up for this scenario? So there is a person in your organization that you want to coach. So what is the strategy that you want to bring for this process? How you want to change and how you want to coach him?
Well, for me, my approach will be first, because I will want the person to change holistically. I will have to devise a strategy whereby I will work on that individual behavior, self-confidence, and eventually start working towards providing her with the necessary experience and knowledge to move on. Because as much as I want to coach that individual in relation to the vision and mission of my division, I will want that individual to be a better version of herself holistically.
Okay. Okay. So you will plan everything in his behavioral changes, you will plan for his knowledge and everything, you are going to do it strategically. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else who want to share?
If I may add,
Yeah, please.
in for me, I think it depends on what it is that I want to change or I want to help the employee. Basically, I have to assess what it is that he or she needs. If ever there's a need for him or her to be trained, then I will send them to trainings, capacity building activities. And another thing is to give them specific tasks that will hone a particular skill. Let's say, for example, writing memorandums. Maybe the person needs to improve skills in technical writing, something like that. Then I have to give give him task in writing memos or other technical papers, and then I will have to review and guide them so that they would know which is better, which is wrong, something like that. And then if ever I'm done with those things, then I will also talk with the person to assess and to see if how are they doing and if they are grasping the things that they need to do. So for me, that's how I'm thinking of doing that.
Do you mind sharing the position or maybe who is the person which you want to change? If you don't mind, can you share the person whom you are looking for change?
Well, to be more specific, in our case in the office, there are new people there are people in new positions, so they need to step up with what is the task that they need to do. So it's for me the approach, they should be coached or they should be mentored, especially if the person is new on a supervisory level, and on other things if the person is new to that particular position.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for this. Yes, Mariam, can you just unmute yourself and express yourself? All of us will be learning from this. Mariam?
Hello.
Yes, Mariam.
So, okay, I will read what I have written. So I think that changing people's behavior is the most difficult things to do. We cannot change the behaviors of others if they don't want to, or if they don't know if it is an inappropriate behavior. So what we should work on is the goals of people, if they have a goal, and what to do in order to achieve it. And in order to think about this, they may know what to do to achieve it, and they can realize after that this is an inappropriate one, and then they may know or may not what to do to resolve the problems. And at this point, we can say that we have helped them to achieve to know the problem, where is it.
So that's actually very good explanation, Mariam, that you will look at the goal, and from the goal point of perspective, you will tell them
Yes.
what need to be done. So it should
Yes.
be goal oriented rather than changing their behavior and getting the stuff done. So that's absolutely right, that we have to, as a manager, as a coach, as a coach manager, we have to focus on what do we want to achieve after this transformation and what does they want to achieve after this coaching process is completed. So how they can become a better version. So we have to show them the goal and we have to focus on the goal and then we have to work on the strategies. That's a very good explanation, Mariam. Thank you for this. Now I have come up with an example, a situation. Let us say this situation, this story is about Savitri. And Savitri, maybe she is in your organization, maybe in agriculture department or maybe in the healthcare department or any other department, whatever you people have mentioned. So Savitri comes up with a problem and she wants help with this. She started the conversation. I am struggling with this. What do you think I should do? So Savitri is an employee in an organization, in your organization. Just assume that she is in your organization, in the workplace where you are actually there, and she comes up with a problem. She may be your team member or maybe someone who is reporting. She is reporting to you. She comes up with a problem and she wants a help with this. And she started with the communication that I am struggling with this. What do you think I should do? So as a manager, coach, when such thing happens with you, this is very common. The employees comes to you and they say, I am struggling with this, I am having problem with that, and I am having all that issues. So when they come to you, what do you do? How you are going to handle it? Can you please share your views on such situation? Yes, please speak up.
Hello. So I think that when someone comes to me and say I'm struggling with this, I just start asking questions about this problem. What do you know about the problem and what we can do? Generally, people start to think and they give sorts of solutions, and while talking, they generally find the solution for the problem, because they just need to speak loudly to think, and when they speak, they normally find the solutions. So I believe in communication among people to find problem.
That is an effective strategy. So so you are Mariam, right? So when an employee comes to you with a problem, you will listen to him or her and you will ask questions. What type of questions you should ask?
What do you think we can do to resolve this? What is the problem and what do you think? What kind of solutions you have?
So you will ask the solutions from them only.
Not only solutions, also the steps and the reason why you are struggling with this.
Okay.
Yes, reasons.
Yes. So can we have other participants also sharing their views in the same situation? How they are going to handle this?
Yes, may I?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I will allow Savitri to speak it out, what's all the problem that she's having, then analyze what she has said, because we should not forget that it is from Savitri's point of view. And when we are a team, everyone is concerned. It's not only one person who is having the problem. It can be that the person himself is a problem for the other person, but no one dare to say it, because they know that what is important for a team. If Savitri has come down and say, I'm struggling with this, she must be having a problem, of course. But then I will allow her to speak out and say it, what's the problem, then analyze it, then ask a few more questions, ask the other members of the team questions separately, then take out my my conclusion on that.
That's the right approach. That's the right approach. Asking questions is the best way we can help in solving the problems. So what we can do is we can go on asking the questions. So our focus should be, what do we want to achieve from this conversation? We don't want to solve the problem. We want Savitri to come up with the solution. So this
because
is what
the person who is doing the thing, they are best placed to have the solution themselves.
Because as you said that that's their perception. They know the situation more than all of us. So we have to achieve to this goal that they need to find the solution. So this can happen only by asking the questions, and we have to see what do they want to achieve from this conversation. After this conversation, they want a solution. Whatever problem was there, they have to get the solution, and they are the best one to give the solution, as you people have said. So it's through the question. Cecilia, yeah, you are right. We want to see her own resources to achieve her goals. That's absolutely right. So focus should be on what we want to achieve. We want the solution to come from Savitri's end, so that he can, in future also, he can handle these situations effectively by herself. So that is the first thing. Then the second coaching strategy is exploring. So before exploring, you have to listen. When you're listening, so this is a definition which is given by J. Krishnamurti. When you are listening to somebody completely attentively, then you are listening not to the words, not only to the words, but also to the feeling of what is being conveyed, to the whole of it and not the part of it. It is real listening. So real listening is not only about the words, it is also about the feelings that are being conveyed completely. This is what is active listening. Yes, Cecilia, you are right. So first thing, as a coach, we need to learn to listen. We need to listen to the problems completely. We should ask more questions. What happened? When it happened? Okay, so this is how it all happened. Who helped them? Who was there? So we have to explore, go on exploring more to find more and more about the particular situation. So Savitri, let us connect this with the Savitri's situation. She is getting into some problem and she is discussing with us, and it's we who are going to do the in-depth exploration of that particular question through listening. And listening, not only the words, but also the feelings has to be understood. So this is a statement which is having 7 words. I never said she stole my money. How many versions, how many interpretations can be there for this statement? So can you just share your views? How many interpretations can be there for this statement? We can interpret this in various ways.
Yeah, I never said she stole my money. So you said something.
Okay, you said something.
You said
So
something.
I never said.
Money has
Yes.
been lost. Someone's money is lost. Has been stolen.
Okay.
it's also behind the sentence. You can see there is these two people maybe sitting in the same office and they are not getting together well.
Okay. So there are two people who are sitting and they're not getting together. That's also possible. Then anything else that the participants feel is possible? How you can perceive this? Yes? Andre, you want to say something? So there can be various perception, miscommunication, okay? Someone is accusing. So the one version can be someone is accusing and someone is saying there is a miscommunication. I have, okay? Yes, please go ahead with your versions of the statement. No evidence. Yeah, so there was no evidence. So, okay, fine. So for various, this is what I just want to communicate with this statement is for each and every statement that Savitri is saying may have different versions or different perceptions. There can be misunderstanding also. So there can be different versions, different perceptions. So it is the Savitri only who can be the best person to find the solution to this. So we have to explore and we have to ask the questions. So what questions you are going to ask to explore Savitri's situation? Can anyone just highlight on those questions? Can we participate through the participants? Please speak out. Please go ahead. You can unmute yourself and speak out. Yeah, please. So my question, Mariam, is that what question you will ask to Savitri to explore this situation, to find the solution of this problem which she is facing? What are the questions that you will ask to explore?
So questions will be like, what are you struggling with? What have you tried and not tried in order for you to come to a conclusion that you are struggling with, and what you think might be the best option to sort out this problem. These are the kind of questions I can ask Savitri.
Okay, that's right. So you want to explore by asking these types of questions. So yeah, so Cecilia, you have written in what way you are feeling struggling about and why you are struggling about. So here I just want to say we have to ask as many questions as possible to find a possible solution for the Savitri's problem. What all happened, when it happened, who all were involved, but why? So when we use this word why, this the Savitri can take it on personal basis. So we should not ask why. Rather than why, we should ask how it happened, what happened, who was involved. Rather than why, we should ask such type of questions to explore Savitri situations, and because why will create a defensive atmosphere, and Savitri may become defensive, or she may feel that she is victimized or something like that. So do you think you are able to resolve it? Do you think will be the core solution for this. Then after she is coming to the maybe very near to the solution, you can ask this, or maybe when you are able to solve the problem, then you can ask this question also, that are you able to resolve it? That's absolutely correct. So we can ask n number of questions as possible. Yes, please go ahead.
For me, I see Savitri a positive individual. She might not take it personally, reason being because she came forward to inform me that she's struggling with whatever she's struggling with. So for me, I think I saw her as being positive in the sense that she is now stuck and she wants guidance. But definitely, like we say, we're gonna sit her down to explore her situation. So I think she is positive. She might not take it that personal. So the why can come in, but it depends then again on how we foresee the why. How do we ask the why?
Yes, so we have to ask why differently.
Yeah,
that's
in the
right.
sense of the tone, and for me the focus is the environment. She comes in having a situation, she's having difficulty, she's all positive, but if I just go like, why can't you do it yourself, why can't you resolve it, so automatically this will she will take it personal that there is an issue. But
why this always happened to you only? We can, yeah.
Yes,
so something
yes,
can,
yes,
yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have to create an environment. She's confident enough to approach me as the leader to see what's going on. She's confident. Definitely, she has this confidence in her. But I will have to allow the environment, make it conducive for her, for us to have that conversation to eventually come out with the solution for whatever she's faced with.
Yes, absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. So after explaining, so Babita has mentioned, after explaining all, I will ask her to propose how the situation can be improved. Yes. So we, after everything, after the solution, we have to ask them how the situation can be improved and what can be done in future so that these things doesn't repeat. So that is the second coaching strategies, that is explore, is looking at the situation from various angles and exploring as much as possible by asking questions, and then the possible solution may come out from Savitri. Savitri may be able to find a possible solution through exploration. So first strategy, the coaching strategy that we learned was focus. The second one is exploring. So these are some of the points which you all have already discussed. Now the next strategy is challenge. So in this section, we will learn how challenge helps the participants to understand how the coach can challenge the barriers and belief of coachee. So whatever barriers and belief the coachee is having, whatever barriers and belief the coachee is having, as a coach, how you can challenge it. So in this section, we will learn about it. So think about a challenge that you have been avoiding. So in Savitri, let us connect the same thing with the Savitri situation. You want to coach it. You want to change the behavior of a person, and he is having his own beliefs. And what is the challenge that you are having, that you are avoiding it? And what do you think about that challenge? Can anyone want to discuss this, put their own experience, based on their experience? Can you want to share something on this? I feel, let us mention, I feel the challenge is, as a coach, you have a challenge that coach is having certain beliefs and barriers. So as a coach, what are the challenges that you have been avoiding? Yes, please go ahead. The challenge is that, let us try to connect it with Savitri's incident. The challenge can be that Savitri has approached us, but she's getting maybe a pressure from the other end. Someone is threatening her. That's why she's not able to open up. Or she is having this thing in her mind that if she talks, that can create a bad image about her. So as a supervisor, we all face such challenges, which about the beliefs that the coach is having. So we have to forego that challenge. We have to look at the challenge, and we have to work on the beliefs and the misconceptions that the coach is always having by working on his strengths. So these there are some beliefs that the coach is having, and the coach is having that I am very old to change now. Now, an example. Coach is having this belief, now I am very old to change myself. What can be the challenge for you? So you can mention the opposite of that and bring a proof, like valid situations which we can go through this. Can I expect some discussion from the participants? Yes, please go ahead. Yes. Participants, I'm expecting your answers. You can post in the chats, or you can just unmute yourself and build a scenario where an employee has got, maybe an employee has got some beliefs, and as a coach, it's a challenge for you. What can be those beliefs, and what can be the opposite of that? What actually is his belief may not be right, and we can have a valid, you can tell a valid proof or an valid evidence for that. Participants, please speak.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Perhaps one of the belief is that for an a old person, he may say that he will not be able to use computer as he is not computer literate. This is a challenge for him. But then if he is already using a smartphone, so we can say, okay, you can see that although you are at this particular age, you can use a smartphone, and thus this is a proof that you can use IT to overcome the situation where you are.
Very well said. Very well said. I want the other participants also to give the examples that they have seen. So Cecilia, can you just elaborate on what you have written? Limited beliefs versus opportunities. Yes, please go ahead. Please go ahead, Cecilia. I would like to share one example is about learning mathematics, like is also a belief that I am not a, no, Cecilia, you're not, we can't listen to you. You are not audible. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, now can you listen?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was thinking that as a coach, she is having her own beliefs, limiting beliefs, and the thing is that we can try to through the questions to see her own limiting instead of being opportunities to solve the struggling that she's feeling like. So that is why I think that first of all, through the questions, we have to see inside of her, in looking for her own beliefs in order to see the opportunity that she has.
True.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. So that's a good example. Anyone else who wants to express themselves for the third coaching strategy, that is challenge? So as a coach, we have to challenge the belief that coachee is having, right? Then only we can work on his strengths, and we can transform him and get the better version. So coming to the example which I was trying to say was about mathematics. So there are a lot of people who have this belief that I am very bad in mathematics and I cannot solve, and I cannot work in that particular department because the work requirement is that you need to deal with the numbers. The opposite, as a coach, I can have this thing to show him that you already are heading this department and you have already succeeded various project plans like this, and there are various softwares, there are various tools which will actually help you find the solution to this. If you're not great in maths also, you will use those tools. You should just know how to use those tools, and then you will be able to work on that particular project. So this is what, as a coach, we need to challenge his beliefs with a proof. So like you said that you will be showing that you are already using a smartphone, or I may show the person that you are already working in these types of softwares, nothing great in this. So it's just a transition. So we can challenge the beliefs of the coachee. Yes, Bhisam, perfectionism is a belief. So we want to be perfect. That's why, yeah, true. That is the reason that we always look at our weaknesses, and based on our weaknesses, we slowly try to form such conceptions about ourselves, and slowly it becomes the part of our life as a belief. And these beliefs always cause hindrance, and they come in between our success. So the fourth one is build. Coming to the next situation is building a bond of trust between coach and coachee. So as a coach, there has to be a trust that should be there between both of you, and strengthen this trust by working on the strengths of the coachee rather than his weaknesses. So there are two scenarios which are mentioned in this slide. Which one do you prefer? Please read it out. There are two scenarios which are mentioned in this slide. The first scenario is there. I imagine that we will be leaders in the digital space in next 5 years and fully connect to our customers. We will be leading an exciting exploration in this space. This is the first scenario. The second one is you have been a successful insight-led marketeer. Use this strength of yours to build our digital presence and getting to really connect with your customers. So these are the two scenarios which are mentioned. Can you explain?
Mine is the second one.
Second one.
Yeah.
Okay. And why? Can you just say?
Here you're already motivating your staff. You're already telling him the good side about himself, that you're a successful inside-led marketeer. Use this strength of yours to build, because you believe in your staff. You believe that they have the potential to use that potential to achieve this objective of becoming a digital well connected to customers.
Okay, absolutely correct. Yes, Yasdev, you want to say something? You also mentioned that you will be selecting the second scenario. Both the scenarios is focusing on building a digital market space, and one is vision based and the second one is strength based. And as a leader, as a manager who wants to coach the team, which scenario you may be interested? So yes, Yasudev, you want to say something?
Yes, the second one is, I think, is more appropriate in that it builds on the strength of the employee, on the staff, and also we are also making him putting the goals in front of him, what he has to achieve. Okay, because we are connecting to our customers, and build our digital presence.
That's absolutely correct. Cecilia, you want to say something?
Now I'm thinking that the second option, because it's creating possibilities, to point the strengths, and I think that it motivates the people, and also
True.
they can see the opportunities they have.
True. So this is a strength-based strategy that you want to, because it motivates the people, and the employees perform better when they get motivated. That's absolutely. Dennis, even you have chosen the second option. If you want to say something, you can please go ahead.
Yes, for me, it's been like you've just, the others were saying, and you emphasize on, it's the motivation. And when you motivate your workers, they tend to be more, the need to do more. And the circle of influence, you can see there, it's small, because they are talking about all positivity, to use this strength of yours to build a digital presence. So it's something that will touch a lot of people. So yes, B is definitely the one.
And I would also say that B is correct, but at times they may require that, uh, depends upon the situation also. So at time there is a requirement for a vision to drive everyone together. So in that case, in those scenarios, we may choose the first option as well. But the second option is the right answer, which all of you have been, and the explanation also is what I have expected. Thank you everyone for this participation. And now we are going to build a trust with a coachee. Uh, and in this process, what type of feedback we are going to give to the coachee? There are 4 different forms of feedback which are mentioned here. Please, please mention it as A, B, C, D in the sequence, and you can just post it, or you can just share which form of feedback you would prefer during this coaching process. First one is informal feedback based on strength. The second one is formal feedback focused on strength. Third is informal feedbacks focusing on the weakness. And the final one is formal feedback focused on weakness. So Yasdev, you want to say both informal as well as formal focused on strength. Why do you want to say something like this? Yes, okay. Formal feedback. Andrew is saying formal feedback focused on strength. If you want to say something, Mariam also formal feedback focused on strength. Yes, anyone wants to say something?
I think that I was thinking about that, but I think that I will try to make the informal feedback focus on the strength, but also to give her focus on weakness, and at the end we can end a focus on the strength again, in order to see both sides for her.
Okay. Okay. Okay, we are getting a lot of answers. Please speak up, participants. Please go ahead and share. Yeah.
For me, I choose B, then I move on to A and B, because for me, I see it as both. Because informal, it's ongoing. It's ongoing, and formal, it's like planned, systematic. So I think we can apply both, based, because formal, you have the time to assess, and you are scheduled. Like I said, it's systematic, it's planned, but informal, it's ongoing. So during the process, I can still give you some feedback. That's my contribution.
Okay. That's right. That's right. Thank you. Yes. Others, if they want to express themselves. Yasdev has
It's
written
B and
that
D.
B and
D.
Okay, B and D. So thank you everyone. Yasdev has written informal feedback will reinforce the confidence of the staff following the formal feedback. True, Yasdev. So coming to what research has said about, so the research was conducted on the employees of the BPO industry, and we gave the various types of feedbacks, whatever is mentioned from A, B, C, D, and it was being assessed that informal feedback focused on strength increased performance by 39%. I repeat again, informal feedback focused on strengths improved the performance by 39%. At the same time, informal feedback focused on weaknesses declined their productivity, but formal feedback focused on weaknesses declined the productivity more by 35%. So formal feedback focused on weaknesses is affecting the employees negatively. That is what the research was conducted and the results were analyzed. Formal feedback focused on strengths, definitely it worked. But informal feedback focused on strengths improved the productivity by 39%. So the solution is to invest on the strengths. We always try to work the weaknesses. We try to improve this weakness, that weakness, and waste our time on that. Yeah, we have to spend time on weakness, but we have to expand the horizons of our strength and take the strength to the next level to become the best version of ourselves, to be best in the work, best at the family, best with the friends. We have to work on the strengths. I hope you all agree with me.
Yes.
Thank you. So coming to the next strategy, that is coach. This is the coach. Next coaching behavior is reflect. So what is reflect? Reflect is a careful thought or the conscious consideration of our own beliefs and actions. Whatever chaos is happening in our mind, whatever beliefs and barriers are there which we are struggling through, we have to think about it. What we should stop doing, what has to be continued, and what we have to start doing in order to build our strengths. So the research was done, and this research was done by Gerardo Di Stefano in call centers. And they explored that employees which spend 15 minutes at the end of every day perform 20% better in 10 days than the employees who have not done the reflection. Okay, so this coaching behavior talks about thinking about your own beliefs, the barriers, what has to be done, what you have to stop, and what has to be continued, and come to a conclusion. Now we all, as a human beings or as professionals, need to develop this reflection habit by asking questions to ourselves. Do you want to add something? I request the participants to add something here. Yes, please go ahead. do we do you all practice reflection, and how? Can you share your experience?
Well, at times you have the tendency of knowing and believing that what you are doing is good. It's all in the right direction. But as an individual, you should you should come to a certain point in during your work or whatever you do, to just try make a stop, like you say, to see if what you are doing is okay. You need to review, because as much as work life, it is dynamic. Everything changes, and when you continue, what should you continue doing? Do I maintain the norm? Do I continue performing the way I am? Or another question you might we may ask, whatever I am doing, the current situation, the current environment that I am in, and when you start, you rebuild on what needs to be rebuilt on, and you continue on what is good, and eventually you start afresh.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good. Yes, anyone else want to share their thoughts on how they practice reflection? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Whenever there is a problem in the organization, in my sections, I always request them to stop working. And I practice what stop means. It is an acronym for stops mean halting, that is stop. You halt. You think. When you think what is going good, what is going wrong, where I should stop, what I should reinforce, what I should stop, continue doing, and thereafter there is need to organize ourselves. Okay, that is to organize ourselves, and then we proceed towards the goal.
That organize ourselves is the best term to explain everything. So we have to reorganize ourselves, think, get into the micro details, see what is the chaos, what is the problem, how we can come up with the solution, and we have to reorganize, coming up with those barriers or the issues which have been facing in the past. That's a very good participation from all of you. Thank you very much for this. Next coaching behavior that we are going to discuss is mobilize. Okay. So as an individual, as a coach, as a head of the department, you have to see the team performance at one glance. You know, you are not only focusing on individual goals. You are an employee who is working in a leadership position. You are responsible for the overall productivity of the team. So you have to mobilize each and every member who is a part of the team in various ways. So the first is that you have to set the goals. So with your team and your coachee, you should be very clear about the organization goals as well as the personal and the professional goals of the employee. And at times you should discuss, we have to discuss with them to have a balance on those goals. Okay, so we have at AITD we have a separate workshop for this coaching behavior, that is mobilize. So in case anyone is interested to go ahead in depth on this coaching behavior, we have a different full workshop, so we can register for that. So setting the goal and balancing your personal goal with the organization goal is the first step to mobilize. The second step is to clarify the expectations. We need to be very clear with what you can offer as a manager. As you are also an employee of a company, we cannot do a number of thousand things to our team. We need to be very clear what they can expect from you and what the organization expects from them. And we have to share how the team will support. Can anyone share their own views on these first two steps of mobilization? How they differentiate? You can just share the incidents if they have gone through in their organization. Yes, please unmute yourself. There can be some situations where the individual's personal goals become more important for him than the organization goals, and he started getting compromised on the organization goals. So as a coach, we need to have a balance on both and make a very clear expectations why the employee is there in the organization. We have to support the employee. The third step to mobilize is to support the performance of the employee through their managerial styles. We have discussed about 4 managerial styles based on the situations. Sometimes you need to be more directive. Sometimes you need to keep quiet. So we as individuals, as a coach, we need to choose the appropriate managerial style based on the situations. And what are the behaviors that you want to experiment with the coachee? So that has to, the focus should be there. The end result is that you need to deliver the positive behaviors frequently and informally, and provide an effective feedback based on the strengths and which are the areas their employee need to work. And finally, we need to record the progress. So these are the 6 coaching behavior that as a coachee, manager coachee, you may be able to follow, starting from the focus, explore, challenge, build, reflect, and mobilize. This slide is the essence of this workshop. This is wrapping up the whole workshop. And I just ask the participants to share if they have come across any other behavior that they have explored in the past, which we have not covered, and we can further discuss it in our future workshops. if you can share your thoughts on which are the most crucial behaviors apart from this that you have come across.
Well, if I can add on, make a contribution. One thing that I've noticed or come across is the mindset. The mindset of a particular individual, resisting change, resisting the need to move forward, which eventually led to her termination. So this was bad, but the mindset, I see it was affected her drastically. Yeah.
Yes, that's true. And we through our during our workshop, we covered a lot about the beliefs and the mindset that the coachee may have, and as a coach you faced some challenges.
Yes.
To go through those type of behaviors. Thank you for your contribution. Now it's the time to wrap the workshop. As you go out of the door, we are almost going to finish this workshop. What are the key takeaways for you? If you can just share your thoughts on this. Few, maybe two important takeaways from this workshop. Yes, please unmute yourself. I want all of you to please express themselves at this moment as we are wrapping up the workshop. We are almost at the end of the workshop.
Well, for me will be proactive, be prominent, be consistent to achieve greatness as coaches. Yeah.
Thank you. Very good. Then anyone else? Yasdev, you want to say something?
Yeah, it has helped us to identify ourselves as the types of coach we are, whether we let them participate, we have the directive, or leave them, and also the behaviors, how the different, I will say, levels of behaviors that will help to achieve the set goals.
Thank you. Yes, Babita, you want to say something? Anyone else also? Babita, please go ahead.
Yes, what I wanted to say is that both informal and formal feedback is important and has a role to play. But first of all, we should know our people, we should know our team and their abilities and capabilities.
True. Very well said. Very well said.
Yep.
Yes, any other participants who want to share their thoughts?
It is necessary to see the whole picture in order to see the as you said, not only for a person but for the team too, in order to accomplish the goals and to be effectively with all the tools that we are learning now. Thank you.
Yes, very well said. Thank you. Thank you everyone for sharing your thoughts, and these are your actions. I would request you to take a screenshot of this slide. Who do you want to coach in your team? What are the barriers that come to your way? This is a summary of your actions, and rate yourself after 2 weeks of this. Rate yourself as a coach in the Likert scale of 1 to 10, which behaviors would support you? So we have learned 6 coaching behaviors. Which behaviors will actually support you, and how would you overcome these barriers? What should you start, stop, continue to become a better as a coach? So these are your actions. These are the 5 tips that from AITD we want to give you. Please go through this. So think about your default management style. Think about the style you don't use and want to develop. So what is your default management style and what you don't use and you want to develop? And coaching will enable your teams to take the ownership. Think about the opportunities that you can create by coaching your team. We had enough discussion on these things. So please enable yourself as a good coach, and how you can benefit the organization and individuals in your team. Experiment with various coaching behaviors. So there are various coaching behaviors you can experiment and try to do more and more, explore more and more, and try to help the organization as well as your team. With this, we will be closing this workshop. You can just write in the chat, what is the one insight that you are taking away from this workshop? I think you have already spoken also during your discussion. If you want to type, you can just type. Thank you very much. You can type your insights in the chat, and with this we will close the session now. Dr. Tanvi?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, can we close the session now?
Yeah. We can close the session. Thank you so much, Dr. Preeti, for taking our participants through the journey of coaching for performance. And I'm sure they are taking some key insights with them to enable them to work in their, wherever they are, whatever the workplace is right now, and with their teams. I'm sure they'll be able to apply these tips there. And thank you for your time. So participants, we'll be going for a long 20-minute break now. And you can keep this platform on. You can just keep yourself on mute and your video off, or you can just log out and log in again. No issues with that. Whatever you find comfortable. And we'll be resuming here with the second session on nurturing accountability. All right. See you post the break.
Thank you everyone. Thank you, Dr. Tanvi, and thank you all the participants for your contribution. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope all of you are back from the break. Here on this platform, I would request you to just
Ruchi.
Darlene.
Sorry. My mic is on. Yes, I'm back.
Okay. Dennis, hi. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's just wait for some more participants to confirm that they are back before we start. Okay. Welcome back, Yasdev. Welcome back, Cecilia. Thank you for confirming. Who else? I'm hoping everybody else, Farsad, Audrey, Zella, Babita. I hope you guys are back. If you can just confirm once. Ilham, Kabita, Jester, thank you for confirmation. Farsad, Audrey, okay.
I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Thank you for confirming. All right. So I see Dr. Latangi has already joined in, and okay, let's start. So under the theme of impact, we learned that one of the essentials of a high performing team is positively impacting each team member through mentoring, coaching, and nurturing a solutions mindset. So under the same theme, in the morning, we learned about coaching for performance. And to continue on our learnings and insight, we will now discuss about the topic of nurturing accountability and ownership with our coach, Dr. Latangi, who you all have met before. And I will give it over to Dr. Latangi to take it over from here.
Yes, good afternoon to all of you. And
Good
once
afternoon,
again,
ma'am.
Good afternoon,
good
doctor.
afternoon. Yeah, so I'm back again to have another session with you on nurturing accountability and ownership. So this is something which we can all have debate on. So let's start this. I've already shared the screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So what can you see from this picture? Anything that you can imagine?
I can imagine growth out of money.
Okay. Growth.
How to grow money? Because ultimately the tree is going to give us money.
Okay. So all you can see is money. Right.
No, the tree. That
And
is
tree.
life.
Okay. You can see the tree also, plant also, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The
Anyone
presence of
else?
life.
Yeah, presence of
The
life.
jaw holding the tree in that, despite that there is money, the jaw
Okay.
is holding that tree where the tree
Okay.
can grow.
Right. Okay. So let's now move on to the second slide where we're talking about the context. The context that here we are going to see is what is accountability, why accountability, what blocks accountability, nurturing accountability, identifying the gaps, participation. This is a model that I'm going to discuss with you. Participation versus buy-in. And in that we have some elements that is disagree, relieve, agreement, promise, putting it all together and looking ahead, your action plan. So these are some things that we're going to deal with in the next 120 minutes. Okay, now what do you see? And what can you make out of this? Is it related, not related? Yeah, I request all of you, if you can please speak, unmute and then speak, it will help me because this chat is not very prominent here.
Dr. Latangi, I'll just help you with the inputs in the chat.
Right.
So,
Okay.
Farsad says that money has the ability to make things alive. I
Okay.
think he was talking about the first picture.
First, yeah, yes.
Yeah. And Audrey says again about the same picture that there is a good life in accountability.
Okay, right. Okay, that's
Yeah.
nice, interesting.
The second picture, it says no bicycle please, yet somebody has put his bicycle there.
Okay, right. So that's Ms.
So
Dennis?
that somebody is not
And that's
respecting the,
Babita.
Babita, okay, right.
Showing
Yeah.
no
Okay.
respect at all.
yeah,
Okay.
showing no respect.
Mhm. Yes.
And I
That's
think it
right.
is a lady, huh? I think it is a lady because it's a pink bicycle.
Okay.
Agree to disagree.
My sister, you see what my sister says? Agree to disagree. Because usually boy will not ride a pink bicycle.
Yes, but then
Okay.
again, that a color doesn't define. And that's my point of view.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
so you agree to disagree on the point that the cycle can be unisex.
Yes.
Unisex bicycle. Unisex bicycle.
Right. So anything else that you can get to know about this?
I see that it means that don't do something that you are not permitted to do.
Right. So he's doing something, he or she is doing something which is not permitted, but somehow it's done. Action is done. Thanks, Mr. Farsad.
Yeah,
See what
and
Yash
yeah,
has written. See what Yash has written. Yash has said the notice tell us that law are made not to be followed. I think Yash will be the next one in jail.
Oh my God.
Yes,
Good one.
yes.
Okay.
I think
Yes,
there's a
yes.
lack of enforcement.
Yeah, bana ko make that a prison.
So you have
No,
something
but
to say?
yeah, what I have to say is that most of the time we believe that things should be done in such a way, in a particular manner.
Hmm.
But then there are also people who think differently.
Okay.
So there where people, they will not respect the law.
Okay. Okay. So they're not respecting the law, and which is wrong.
Yeah.
Right. So I think we are all on the same page that we're trying to say that something is wrong and people are doing it in spite of being, they know about it, in spite of knowing it. So now we have another picture which says 5 frogs sat on a log at the edge of a pond. 4 of the frogs decided to jump into the pond. How many frogs were left sitting on the log?
5 frogs sat on a log at the edge of a pond. 4 of the frogs were to jump into the pond. But this picture show only
I think the 5 because 4 decided, but they didn't do it. So
Hmm. Okay. So this side of the water shows 2 down below. The other side also should be having something.
I think it's also 5.
According to the picture,
Yeah. Mr. Farsad, yeah.
according to the picture, I
Yes,
see just 4 because 2 are still left on the edge, and the reflection of the other 2s, it shows like 4.
4, okay. So what does others have to say? Maybe 5, okay. Okay, 5 are left on the log. Is that what you said? Mr. Yes?
1.
1 is it? Okay. Right. Okay, so let's just see what happens next. So now, what do you understand by the word accountability? Because, you know, there's something which you might have a lot of other terms coming in, and the clarity, I want to know whether you are very clear about what is accountability.
Uh, um,
Yes,
it's
please
like
tell me.
you're responsible for what you do. You will be evaluated for what you are doing.
Okay. Now, can you tell me, is there any difference between responsibility, ownership, and accountability?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Can we just have?
Responsibility is what I have to do.
Mhm.
Ownership is what I choose to do, what I own. And accountability is what I have done and for what I have been being evaluated.
Okay. So, anyone else wants to add in here?
What I can say,
Right.
hello?
Not really. Right. We can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, okay, what I can say, accountability is always doing the right thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you. We'll discuss. I'm going to tell you what it means, and then we will see from there. Yes, Mr. Farsad, you had something.
I think its responsibility goes to that to do something by obligation that you are obliged to do.
Okay. It's a responsibility to do something. Then what do you mean by responsibility? Because
So-
there's another term called responsibility. So how do you, describe that?
Okay, so responsibility means that you have to do it. It's by obligation.
Okay, you have to do it. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Right. So anyone else who want to say something?
I think accountability is accepting as a responsibility. Meaning if you're for example, if you're given a task and then whatever consequence or action or decisions you do, then you're accountable for that. However, if in the case of responsibility, that's something that you're just simply responsible. You may not be accountable for something that I mean someone is responsible but may not be accountable for a certain task. For example, a staff is responsible in processing the document, but the supervisor is accountable for the accuracy or whatever it is that the staff does. Something like I think.
Right.
But
what
if I may add on.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Well, accountability it's sort of in the sense of responsibility, but it is regarded more in the sense of the perspective of oversight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So now let's just see what exactly is the difference between responsibility, ownership, and accountability. Responsibility means you're talking about the results and deliverables. So what is a result and what is a deliverable? So you're trying to take the responsibility of that particular act. So the action, you're trying to act upon it and you're trying to ultimately get the results and the deliverables. So that's the responsibility that one takes. Now, what is ownership? Ownership is being proactive. So you try to own it. For example, there is an issue in the office that you feel that there is a virus in the system which others have not really understood. So you just get some repeated mails and all that, but you have observed it. You know that it's going to actually be a serious issue later. So what this person does is he's going to quickly go down to the boss and then say that I think there is a problem and there is some virus there, so we need to check upon it. It's not that if you look at it, this person is not actually responsible for that particular thing, but he feels very owned about it. He is working in the organization and he's part of the team and he feels responsible. He's owning the particular thing, so he takes the proactive step to go and request that he needs some assistance or something so that he can rectify it. There will be no more issues there. So that is being owner. You're talking about ownership. Now, what is accountability? We're talking about accountability on the part of the leader who is actually taking charge with respect to his team members. So he is accountable for his team members' efforts. Maybe it's positive, maybe it's negative, sometimes it is successful, not successful. Whatever it is, he is taking the accountability. So you can ask him and then he's going to be answerable. So that's what we call in terms of accountability here. The responsibility may be given in terms of the job role. So accountant is responsible to do certain jobs, but accountability is actually on the manager. Like I think Miss Darlini also was telling that part of it, which is correct. So the manager is more accountable because whatever the assistants under him is also doing wrong or right, or there is an error, he has to take in the ownership. He has to be accountable for it. So he's supposed to be answerable. So when his superior asks why, what is this, you did not complete the task, or there is a problem, then he is supposed to be answerable. So that the other team member may or may not be there, but in absence of him also, the other person is supposed to be accountable. So that's what we call in terms of accountability. So that's the difference between all the three. So let's go quickly to the, yes. So now we can see some of the terms that we discussed is also found here. It says willingness to accept responsibility, answerability, obligation to the team, held to account for not just results but for action also. Then enforceability, personal commitment. These are some things that the person who is accountable is going to do. So anything else you want to add here or say something here?
My humble request, if you can increase the size of the, because we can't see it clearly.
Oh, okay. Tanvi, can you help me here because it's a new platform? I was trying to.
Yeah. In fact, we can see two chat. We can see your slide number, different slide, the main slide plus the video.
Oh,
the camera.
Yeah, actually, Babita, there is on this platform, no, there is a problem that if you open it on full screen mode, then the chat won't be visible to the coach. So that's why we did it like this. But Dr. Latangi, I'll share.
Okay, you will share it.
That will be easier for you.
So I just removed it.
Yeah. Participants, if you can just confirm if this is better in terms of size.
I think yes.
Great. Yeah, I'll just
a bit better. Not much, but okay.
Yeah. 1 second.
You can do one thing. You can just drag the right side screen to the corner a little bit, so you can get the screen is a little better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Is this better now?
Yes, it's okay for me.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. So anyone wants to add something to this? I think we were on the previous slide. Before this, what is accountability? We were just closing this. So anyone wants to add here something? Or any questions here? Now his obligation, why? Because he is obliged to the team members. If he is a leader, then he is obliged to the team members to be accountable. Because sometimes what happens, leaders start after some point of time, because of the power and the chair and the designation, they will start taking credit for the good ones. And when there is something wrong that's happening, then they will say the team members have not done. He is responsible. I think this is not correctly done and all that. So that is something which the leader should avoid, because as a leader, then it's not the right way. character development, right? Right. So character development, in the sense, can you elaborate on this? In a positive way, right? We're talking in terms of character development in the positive way.
Madam, when you say willingness to accept responsibility, I'm not so much agreeable to that. Let me tell you why. Because accountability is, you're going to be held accountable for something that you have done. Whether you want to accept the responsibility or not, you have done this work, you are responsible for the result. You are responsible for the outcome. So you are accountable for the outcome that have received, that we got. So whether we are willing or not, the accountability is already there.
Acha, you mean to say it's already there? If the person is responsible,
Yeah,
then the willingness is...
the moment you decide, you accept to do a piece of work, you are accountable for the outcome.
So if he is a, let's say, accounts assistant, so he is doing a job and there is an error there. So now who is going to take the accountability? It's him, the senior boss?
It's going to be both, the manager and the accounts clerk. It's going to be both. Why? Because you are doing the job of accounts clerk because you have the ability to get that post. You have the competence to get that post. And you have been given a piece of work, which is at the level of an accounts clerk. Yet, when you finish your piece of work, the next step to check the work is the manager. So the manager is going to be held responsible for not doing his work well. Yet, despite that the accountability is going to be less upon the accounts clerk, still he has accountability. Or else then it will be like everybody is going to just do the piece of work without having this in mind that they are accountable for what they are doing.
Right. So you're rightly saying that a person should take the accountability of the job that is actually given to him. Now, in all the designations, let's say even the vice president is accountable for whatever operations and other things that are happening in the organization, and he is supposed to be reporting to the chairman. So, yes, the chairman actually, if he's trying to figure it out with the finance department, call out the finance, the assistant, accounts assistant, and the marketing sales executive, that's not going to happen because he won't have much time. So what he's going to do is going to speak only to the vice president. So vice president needs to take the accountability of what is happening in the organization. Later, he will go back to his organization and find out what was the issue and try resolving it. So this is what is the thing. First of all, the leader has to actually understand. Now, since you're all leaders, now the issue is not with that of the employees. We're talking about in terms of the leader. Now, what should the leader do and how responsible or accountable he is for his team members' works? Right. So I think in that terms, willingness to accept responsibility in terms of, the accountability, being more responsible for what the team is doing is what is first thing that the leader has to understand. So we will go into why slowly. The next slide is talking about why. Yeah. Why accountability is needed at workplace. Anything that quickly comes to your mind? I have a problem, Munira. I could not log into the program. Acha. Okay. There is no sound or picture. Acha, Tanvi, she has a problem.
Yes. I'll connect with her, Dr. Latangi. No worries.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So can I just go ahead then?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So, yeah, why accountability is needed? Do you think it's needed, not needed, or it's already there?
Very much needed.
It's
Right.
needed.
It's very much needed. So that
It is
everyone
needed
has
because
Okay. What does it give to the team or to the leader?
it gives
Carry
trust.
on, Dennis. Carry on. Yes. Yes, Dennis.
Yeah, it gives trust when you have accountability amongst team members.
Okay, right. Trust factor is built.
Accountable, yeah, it allows you to count, to be able to depend, to rely on each other.
Rely on the person because he is more accountable. You know that for sure the job will be done. Right. Okay.
I would add on, Dennis, to say that when an individual is accountable for his job, like he feels he is important to that job, he feel he is party to that organization, so he is going to work more efficiently.
Okay. Thanks for that. Mr. Mohammed says that without accountability he cannot get a better performance, right, Mr. Mohammed? Better job done. Okay, no one can do a better job. That's what he says, right? Thanks.
It foster more commitment.
More commitment, right? So anyone else who wants to add in? What else can you get if you find your team members accountable? What else can you get?
Well, if people are accountable or the team members are accountable, then they will ensure that the task is completed, and they will also be certain that everyone is working accordingly.
Okay.
And also someone will gets to decide, especially on the important matters.
Okay, thanks. Right. So it says better output. Better output, then I see great commitment, trust and values. Yes, so we get to see a lot of these things, and accountability is to basically see there is a improvement in performance and the efficiency of the employee. Because with the accountability, he's more feeling that, okay, tomorrow if I'm asked by the boss, I'm supposed to be answerable. So I need to think, do better job. So he will cross check again. So Mr. Hassan says needed because individuals feel responsible. Right. Yes, Mr. Hassan. More likely to better their tasks well. Yes. So that's what the employee will start feeling that, okay, if I'm, if he takes the accountability, if he's accountable for his work, then for sure his efficiency will go up and his performance is better. So that way it's a win-win situation. He is able to give the deliverables at the set time, and there is maybe less errors, because humans are when they make errors. So it can happen that sometimes this person who is always doing a meticulous job sometimes can err because of some reason. So but then he is doing his best to see that maximum there is no error. So that accountability, then the boss is also, as a leader, you're also satisfied, saying, okay, I know that my team member is very accountable. So you can have the trust issue, right? So let's move to the next slide. Why accountability is needed is these are some of the things that are listed here, and there are some others also apart from this. So one is improve performance, meet expectations and better competence, compliance by the employee, build trust, and foster commitment, sense of responsibility, increased engagement levels. So when we say meet expectations, because they know the consequence, because as a team member he is aware of the consequence. If he doesn't do the right job as an accounts assistant, then the accounts manager will have to again cross check and then come back. He will come back, he's going to give the changes, then he has to repeat the same task. So it's a double time that he's going to do it. So it's better that the first time he does it more carefully. It may not come back to him and he need not again sit on the same job. Maybe he has other jobs to do. So it's better that he finishes it correctly so that he doesn't follow it up again and go to the next job before the boss comes back. So there's no issue there. build trust. So if, how do you build trust here? What happens with the leader and the team member? Because of accountability, how can you build trust? Reliability, like Ms. Dennis said, right? You said it is, you can have trust factor because you can rely on the employee that he will do his job well, right? So this is something which the leader is also confident about. Then open and transparent. So this way what happens is the leader is open and transparent about whatever is told, and then the employee is also clear about what he is doing. So the trust factor remains in between them. So he is accepting whatever is being given and he does his best, and the leader is also happy because he's getting the job done efficiently. So what else? There was a study I just wanted to add in here, Heathrow's effect. Now Heathrow, what he did was, he was a psychologist, and then he brought in, there was a factory and he was studying this, and he brought in one particular thing, that change in behavior because they were being observed. The employees, the laborers who were working there, or you can say the workers who were there, were supposed to be working in the factory, and what happened was the productivity was not very high. So they tried to change the, basically some little lighting and, the workshop kind of a thing. There were some few changes that was brought in. And because of that, the team did little better, but it was not the final output. It was not that it was consistent. For some period of time, yes, it was a short period of time, they were happy and they really were very productive. But it was not a long, the result was not that they were expecting this and they didn't continue further. So what I mean is, if the behavior of the employee is changed within, if the employee is taking the accountability, then it works out better. So the efficiency of employees is brought in better this way, rather than bringing something else externally. You're changing the ambience, you're bringing in some kind of other benefits, other things that may not give you much result. But if the employee is brought in and he is nurtured, accountability is given to him, and he is groomed in such a way that he is accepting it willingly, then you find the results are better. So he is working more effectively, efficiently to give you the output. So let's move to the next slide. Yes, so what does research say? There was a research that was conducted, and the result showed that 91% of effectively holding others accountable is one of the company's top leadership development need. So the leaders across the organizations, companies said that, they all felt, 91% of them felt that that's the most priority, the list that they have. So 82% managers acknowledge that they have limited to no ability to hold others accountable. So they're not successful. So that's what 82% said. 40% said that their managers hold them accountable for goals they set. So they had a different opinion. 40% said that, their bosses have some goals and some, targets, and for that they make them accountable. So it was thrust upon. It was not something willingly taken. So that's what research says. So that means it is an area of concern for not only one organization, but across. So moving forward, we're looking at what stops us. Yeah. So there is something. So by the research, we get to know that there is really something that is actually stopping the leaders from nurturing accountability in their team members. It's not only them, it's also on us. We also need to show that kind of accountability skills. So let's see what stops us. You can see a fencing here. So that's what it says. The picture itself says that there is a problem. So let's look at this part of it to the next slide. Anyone who can say something here? What stops us from being accountable? Or do you think that you're already feeling accountable and that's it? Feel that your team is completely accountable?
The level of risk.
The level of risk. Okay, that's actually stopping. Okay. The results that improved ownership of organizational goals, right? So you mean to say the level of fear.
The feeling that we are being held accountable for everything while the manager is not holding any accountability.
Okay. So the fear, you mean to say the fear that is there in the mind?
No, it's actually what's happening.
Okay.
Then,
so because he feels that it is pushed on him.
Yeah, like the employee feel that this is being pushed on him.
Okay, right. So anyone who wants to add in here? Mr. Yash? Mr. Yash, anything from your side?
I was just thinking about the government service, the structure where we work. Okay. In the government service, we have responsible officers, we have supervising officers, but both of them are accounting officers for their respective ministries. Okay. So at the end of the day, it is a permanent secretary, the head of the department, who is a accounting officer.
Okay.
So in between, so the responsibility is shared among various levels. So very often what happens is that at one particular level, they may seem not to that, okay, it's not me that is accountable for the overall management of the organization. You see, therefore, this is perhaps one level where people feel that they are not accountable.
Okay, so that's why they feel they're not accountable, because it's all split, you mean to say?
It's all different levels of accountability, so that at the end of the day, it's not them.
Yeah. Got it. Right.
If I can add on, what stops us from being accountable is during the process, the process or the procedure is disrupted.
Okay.
Or not respected. Yeah.
Okay, not respected. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Can we go to the next slide? We have some few pointers, so this will help you further. Right. So yes, fear of failure. Accountability, when you find that your employee is not actually taking accountability, this may be one of the reasons that is there in mind. That's the fear of failure. Fear of what? That's a failure. Because he feels that, the failure will actually be so predominant that people will start recognizing that and say that, okay, on that particular occasion, he failed in his activity. So that becomes a little, it's an area of concern for him. Unrealistic goals. Okay, right. So unclear expectations, like which is listed here, right? So, the goals are not very clear. Again, the employee is actually hesitating to take the responsibility. So he's not very willing. So he is just, if at all you give it to him, maybe he'll just take it, but he's not very sure of. So that's something which bothers him. Absence of trust. Now, why is this so? Why does the employee have absence of trust here? What can be the reason? Absence of trust. On whom? Mr. Hassan, today you're silent. Yeah, I think initially I saw some chats. Why is there an absence of trust? Or is it that there is no absence of trust? Everything is okay? See, from your end, I think Ms. Dennis said that, once accountability is there, then you're confident that the subordinate will do the job. Right? So you have that confidence. Now, why is there an absence of trust? Who is having
Well,
this?
because I will, the absence of trust will come in when I see that the team is not sharing the same vision or the same objective or the same goal. Despite the fact that we are a team working together, we need to share the responsibility, I mean, the accountability. The absence of trust will come in when I see that we are not practicing what we preach when it comes
Correct.
to the vision,
Exactly.
the mission.
Yes, exactly. So the leader is here not building the trust. If the leader is very transparent and clear with the employee, then he will not have the trust issue. Absence of trust will not be there, because now the concern for the employee is, what if it backfires? What if I am not able to do it properly? Will the boss actually support me? Will he actually say that no, it's okay, don't worry, you do it next time, you should do it better? So will he take that, and will he give me that kind of a solace, or will he just put me down in front of others? So this kind of a thing that comes in, and that's why he will also have this trust factor here. So it has to be very clearly defined, and you have to speak to the employee as well. Right, now we are looking at inattention to results. What does this mean? The individual is the focus on individual recognition. The employee is now focusing on the individual recognition. He's not focusing on the team efforts. So you're assigning a job to the team, and out of that, one employee who's proactive is taking up, and he comes back with the result, but he is projecting himself that he has done the job instead of the team. So what happens here is the entire thing is digressing. The other team members are feeling a little low, and they do not want to give their best. So that's something which we call as inattention to results. So he's not focusing on the team efforts, but he's talking about himself. Not willing to face consequences. This is also a problem. So, if the employee is not willing to face consequences, then you're in trouble, because he only wants the good ones. If he's doing a good job, then he is very happy. So he wants the boss to, yes, good, and all that. But then if the consequence is not correct, salespeople, they go out and try to get the product sold. The return on investment should be high. They should be able to get everything by the end of the month. And if that is not happening, they're not reaching the target of, let's say, 10 lakhs or so, X amount. And then the boss is actually firing, says, what did you do? No, we did our best, we got 10. But you're supposed to be getting 15. It's not 10. So it's not complete. So, the consequence is that they are not able to complete it. Avoiding the ownership. So that's something which the employee has to actually take it on oneself. You need to see that the employee should take that, ownership of, doing his task. If he is able to do that, only then you can get the employee accountable to his job. Lack of commitment. So again, he is not willing to actually commit completely. So that's again a problem, because he has the fear. that's setting in, right? So let's see what are the gaps now. Tanvi, to the next slide. Thanks. Yeah, identifying the gaps. Now you can see this picture with a lot of gaps in the work that the workman has done. The team has done some work, and but there are gaps there. So moving forward, Tanvi, to the next slide. Yes, you can see a picture here, and what can you identify here? Are players or coach more accountable for a team success or failure? What do you feel? Who is responsible? Who is accountable? More so. It's not as responsible also, it is accountable.
I think they are all responsible, judging to the level of more accountable for a team success. It's because it's them all together that makes the team. It's the coach plus the players. And like I've said earlier in a previous presentation, I tend to have this tendency of saying if it's a success, it's my success, but if it's a failure, it's your failure. But at the end of the day, we need to bridge that gap. So for me, it's both of them, both players and coach are accountable, because if they success, it's their success, and if they fail, it's their failure.
Okay. Okay.
This is how
yes.
I see it.
Right. Thanks for that, Dennis. Yes, I think.
May I add something? May I add something on what
yes.
Dennis just said?
Yes.
If I take an example of Manchester United football team, where they had previously, they had a coach, Mourinho. Mourinho had proved to be a very good coach when he was coaching other teams. Yet when he came to Manchester, it was a catastrophic failure. Therefore, both coach and players are accountable, because we cannot say that it's Mourinho's fault that Manchester could not play good matches or win matches also, because it is both the players and the coach
who's responsible. Right, because here when we're looking at it, I think majority of you have gone with all. So Zilla has also gone, Mr. Abdul.
I have a different opinion.
Right, yeah, please.
Yeah, what I can say, the players should be more accountable, because they are the one playing the game. So the coach will be outside watching with the rest, with the commentators. But the players are the key people here who are supposed to be more accountable.
Okay.
Because one mistake will lead to failure. And if they follow all the rules as they are directed by their coach, then they will win, and the success will go for all of them. So the players, for me, should be more accountable.
Okay. What Ria says, the players are more accountable. But let's just look at the scenario in detail. So we're looking at, okay, Darlini says the coach is accountable. All right. So there's another input also. Right. Yeah, let's look at the situation in this way, in detail. The players are responsible, accountable, yes, on the ground, because they're getting coached by the coach, and the coach is giving all the said information, and they're ready for the game. They go on to the game. But now when you look at the coach is given all the strategies. He's also told what is opponent and who is strong in this, who is weak in this, whom to target, how do you look at, so where do you throw the soccer, all that he says. But when the players go onto the ground, because you can see that it is all raining and it has spoiled the ground, so it's all very sticky and all that, they play hard, and maybe they're struggling to win. Maybe we don't know whether they're winning or whether they're losing, but they're doing their best. Now the situation is that rain. Now rain has just come in, it's not in their control. And the players may have come from different places. Maybe they have played in different playground, which is again different. If you see in cricket also, they say that in the pitch matters. What kind of a pitch that the players play It depends. Some pitches are very bouncy. So when the ball actually hits the ground, it bounces. So there's a high chance of bouncing, and then the player needs to actually understand that the reflex action should be very high. For the players, it is more the reflex action. So that way they are actually trying their best and they're still struggling with it. So here both of them are equally accountable because we are looking at the issue. The accountability part of it, we have to look at why was this problem. If there is a problem, why is the problem? Not looking at who is to be blamed. Is it the coach or is it the players? Because ultimately whatever, the win or the lose, whatever is, again, the entire team is supposed to be responsible. That's how we should be looking at. So even in our organization, in our own teams, if there is a problem, we'll have to look at the problem. What is the problem area? Rather than looking at who actually made this problem. Was it the accounts manager or was it the assistant? Ultimately, the problem is there. So you as a boss is supposed to be answerable. So instead of looking at the person, if we look at the issue, it is going to be giving us better results. So we can work on that issue to bring better results in the next outcome, in the next activity. Right. Going to the moving forward, let's assess ourselves. There is a participant handbook given to you. Please go to, I think it's page 130, if I'm right. Ms. Dennis, do you have the handbook? Can you please confirm? I think so. Can you just check, cross-check?
Sorry, the accountability assessment?
Yes. There's a questionnaire.
It's on page 42 of 82.
42,
okay.
Yeah.
42, right.
42.
Right. Going
42.
Yes.
Tanvi, can we go to the next slide?
Yeah. One.
Thank you. Yeah, this is what I think you are referring to. Right.
Yes.
So yes, what I want you to do is you need to just read these questions. Don't give much thought to it. Don't brood over it or rethink and take a long time. But you need to score it with 3 options given: 3, 2, 1. Usually, sometimes, and rarely. So you'll have to give your scores here. And then what happens is later, once you finish, there are almost 15 questions. So you'll have to count all the totals of 3s, how many 2s and how many 1s, and then we'll go to the result column. So we'll discuss about the result there. So we'll try evaluating about the accountability part. So I hope it's clear, and we'll just give you for 3 minutes or so, and we'll take it forward. Is it enough? Let's just see whether you're able to finish in that time. You need to read these statements, 15 statements, and put your score to the right. So I'll tell you how to total your scores. So once you finish it, then give me a thumbs up.
Question 8 is not visible.
sorry, you have your handbook. Can you please refer to 42 page number?
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be easier because the font size maybe it's little difficult. So the handbook will be better. Because you can also score it there to the right. Then I will tell you how to calculate the scores. Are you done? Can I have the thumbs up?
I'm done.
Right. Okay.
I'm
Because
also
I
done.
can't figure out the thumbs up in the chat box.
Yeah, I was also looking at it. I can't see
No.
those.
Yes.
Yeah, cannot see where to put the thumbs up.
Yeah.
Maybe raise hands is there. I can see that.
No, raise hand, but
And
then
the
I
raise of
don't
hands
think you
does
can
not
see
work.
it. Can you see it? I've raised my hand. You cannot see
हाँ
it.
नहीं I can't
I
see
have
much.
also
मुझे
raised my
दिख
hand.
सकता है लेकिन आपको नहीं दिख सकता.
हाँ right yes. Oh, you know Hindi also, great.
Yeah, very much. But I don't know
Okay.
how to read and write, but I understand and talk. Can
Oh,
speak
that's
English.
nice. That's nice.
Hindi.
It's nice to know different languages.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, shall we go with the evaluation of this? All the others, can I go with it? Mr. Yash, Mr. Farsad, Audria, Zelia, Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Hassan. Another 1 minute, I think. Done. Okay. Zelia says done. Mr. Yash also says done. Okay. done. Hassan is also done. So can I take it as all done and then can we go ahead? Yeah, I think mostly they're all
I
done.
think so. Yes.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Tanvi, can we go to the, yes. So what I want you to do is just take up the statements of 4, 6 and 12. 4, 6 and 12. What have you given there? 3, 2, 1. So add it up. If you say 3, 2, 1, whatever, and then add that up. So you get a total. The second set of statements. Are you done with the first?
Yes.
4,
Yes.
6, 12. 4, 6, 12 done. Right. The second set is 2, 7, 10.
Is it 2 or 1?
Okay, 1, 7, 10. Right.
Yes.
Yeah, it's 1. My bad. Yes, 1, 7, 10. The third set, again, 3, 8, and 13. You will have to add those scores that you gave to the right. And the fourth set is 2, 10, 2, 11, and 14. 2, 11, and 14. The fifth set is 5, 9, and 15. So add these statements, you will get a total. Okay, now if you look at it, the score, if it is between, if you see each of these first one, second, 5 set of statements, if each set of statements, if you're getting around 8 or 9, that means your team is doing well. There's no issues. So this is a tried and tested statement that we did already. So it really gives good results. Then the second kind is 6 or 8. If your score is between 6 or 8, that means there is a little chance you need to moderately, your team is doing moderately well, needs improvement. And the third one is 3 or 5, which indicates that your team needs to be addressed on the factors immediately. So you need to work on that. Right, Mr. Yash says 7, 9, 9, 6, 7. Okay, so I think 2 areas, that is fear of conflict and lack of commitment, you've got good scores. Now the first, 4th and 5th, there is a problem because it's 7, 6, and 7, slightly. Right, so maybe there you can try working out with the team. Right. Similarly, I think the others also can look at your own scores and see where you really stand, where your team actually really stands. So each of these set of questions, the first set of question actually refers to absence of trust. So how well your team actually has trust on you as a leader. So do they have good amount of trust or are they having issues? The second set of questions, again, they deal with fear of conflict. Do they have fear of conflict? Because of that, are they not taking accountability? Then you know where to address. Third one is lack of commitment. The third set of questions. So do they have issues in terms of lack of commitment? Now, what is the reason? Why do they have lack of commitment? You can try finding it out. Avoidance of ownership, the fourth one. So why do they want to avoid ownership? They don't want to take the challenge. So what is it that is bothering them? So you can try finding out. Inattention to results. Why are they more focused on themselves rather than the team? So what do they want? So you can then sit with them and try finding out with them. Yes, I think here Babita says 99888. Okay, it's all good. There's no issue. You don't have any worries. You don't have to worry about your team. If this is
The team is a good one. We are a good team.
Good, great. Right. So going forward, now that we've seen that, what kind of a team you're handling, we'll also look at the next. Tanvi, the next slide, please. Tanvi, you're there? Yeah, thanks. Okay, so we are talking about, absence of trust. So if you have a good team, trust is a foundation. So, you need to have this as a stepping stone. The emotional level and, being okay. You need to find out whether they're okay. You need to have a talk with them and understand them well so that the trust can be built. So vulnerability of each other. Everyone has vulnerability. So you need to identify those, and you need to keep the trust factor so that this is not actually, interpreted wrongly or disclosed outside. So they need to know that the boss or whomever they're talking to, it's very confidential. They will not talk about it or discuss about it outside. So that has to be built in. So that trust factor, then the employee will open up on issues which he has problems on. So fear of conflict, yes, you need to actually speak to them to find out what is the reason behind it. What is the fear? So that fear can be addressed once you know what it is. Lack of commitment, no buy-ins by the team members. So they are not actually okay with what the plan or idea that you have, or they're not completely convinced with it. So then they have, maybe that's the reason why they're they're not buying in the idea. So there is a lack of commitment. So that has to be understood. Avoidance of ownership. Leader may obtain a complaint. So, that's the avoidance. So the employee is not willing to take the ownership. That's because the leader is trying to be, directive, authoritative, and then the employee is not feeling very comfortable. Inattention to results, not focused on results. That's something which, you need to find out why is it insecurity. So the employee is having some kind of insecurity, and that's why he's focusing more on himself rather than the team members. So the most important thing that we are going to look at is the buy-in factor. So if the idea or if the strategy, if the plan is clear enough to the employees, then there is a buy-in factor. So buy-in means in terms of, the employee is ready to accept the challenge that you have brought in. So you have given a task and he's ready to take it forward. So that's the buy-in. So you need to actually focus on the buy-in so that people are okay with whatever the task is given, and they're able to complete it. Right. So going forward, nurturing accountability. Let's look at how do we nurture this accountability. So we know that accountability is very important. We have seen that the reasons why people are not wanting to take accountability. So now how do we actually bring in this accountability? Because this is very important for the team. So if you have accountability and if people are very accountable, then you don't have a problem. But how do we actually bring in that more so that you're free of tension and worries and whether the task will be done properly? So since they are already accountable, then you're better. Yeah. So what takes to nurture accountability? What is it? What are those elements? So this picture itself says that, you can see the soft hands actually trying to bring in the sapling without damaging it. So the soil and everything, taking care of it. So you're doing it very slowly so that the employee is also comfortable in whatever is being told. Right. Moving forward. Yes, the next slide. So these are some of the things that are identified. So maybe you can add in some more, whatever you have in your mind. Accept challenges. Now you need to, make them understand that they should be accepting challenge. Now, how do we do that? Shift in mindset. This is something that you also have to do it. Embrace ownership. Then give them regular feedbacks, building trust, self-reflection. So these are some of the things as a leader that you can do. So any add-ons to this, or maybe if something which we can discuss here. Now, how do we do accepting challenge? So here I wanted to give one example of, you all must be knowing Elon Musk, SpaceX, right? So I'm sure you know about Elon Musk. So when he brought in this organization called SpaceX, initially he had trouble convincing his employees because this was something which was beyond their thought. They were not very sure of what he's talking about. He was talking about space, he was talking about transporting people, he was talking about transporting human beings into another zone altogether, to Mars. So they were like, what is happening? Is this really going to work out? Because there was no, predecessor, or there was nobody who did this job earlier, and they were the first people who are trying to do it. So there is no standard, standardization or something, some data that was there for them to check back and see what is the rate of success here. Sorry?
To benchmark.
To benchmark, right. So that was a problem. So the employees were very hesitant, but slowly he tried nurturing that, and then he somehow, he tried almost 5 times, and then he was unsuccessful. He almost was in the stage of breakdown. That means the monetarily he was completely out. Nobody was funding him. Nobody was even ready to fund him. Initially, whatever support they tried doing, they said no more, because it's all a failure. You have tried 5 times and it is not going to happen. So why should we believe in you? So that point, he almost actually spent his own, property and things like that, whatever he could get his hands on. And then even then, the 5th time, it was like, what do we do next? The employees were totally actually very confused to see what is going to happen to their future, because it's also their job. So if this doesn't work out, then they need to look for a different job. Now, where do they go? A lot of things in their mind. But then he said, no, we are going to do the 6th time and we will do it. So when he did it, they were successful. They landed and things were all good. Then now they've started even planning a colony and things like that for people to be transported. So this is the kind of ideology that, the leader could actually bring in acceptance and trust factor. He built in all of those amongst his employees. So without which, I think this kind of a task of something which is unimaginable, transporting human beings to another, planet, which people cannot normally think, but that happened. Now they've started. They're also taking bookings. People are actually taking, buying tickets to go there. So that was one example that I thought of. So now, how do you actually shift the mindset? No, back, Tanvi. Yeah, here. Yeah, how do you actually do something of shifting the mindset?
Show them the big picture.
Show them the big picture. Yes, this is one way.
Perseverance.
Right?
Perseverance.
Okay.
Shifting mindset by embracing change.
Embracing change. Okay. Right. So I actually had also one other concept that I wanted to share here. There's something called as internal locus of control and external locus of control. People who believe in external locus of control are those people who actually feel that what is happening is not under their control. If they are actually winning, good enough. But if they're not winning, they will throw the blame. They'll say, no, actually the situation, there was a lot of, rains and things like that. So the logistics was very difficult. And when we did that, it was late. And the transport was really bad, a lot of things. So the operations guy will go on with a lot of complaints. So this is the external locus of control. But if you look at a person who has internal locus of control, he is the person who will say, yes, I'm sorry, actually I didn't contemplate the rains, and I wasn't sure that I'll be able to get the right person, but anyways I got him, but it's kind of a little late that I delivered the product, so I will take care of it the next target, whatever is customers needs. So that's what the internal locus of control the person says. So now if you look at employees who are actually talking about this, then you need to see how to shift the mindset. If there is a person who has internal locus of control, or if he is external locus of control, internal locus of control, you don't have to worry. If he is the external locus of control, if he believes in that, then you need to see how to change his mindset. So even in class, when you ask the student, because when I go to college and I teach, I ask the student, why are you late? Then you'll say, ma'am, lot of traffic. So, could not reach college on time. I said, you should start early, right? No, ma'am, I started at 8 o'clock, but still. So that's what is a normal reply that you get from many of the employees. Why you're absent? No, that's because of this. So on a crucial date, yes, they're on leave. But if they are accountable, then they will know that that particular day is very important. They will come even for half a day, finish the work, and then they will leave. Or at least come for that few hours, hand over the things to the right person and say, yes, this can be done this way, and then leave. Or at least over phone, say that, yes, this is what it is. I have it here on the table. Can you please take it? This is the thing. Okay, what is self-reflection? Who has to do the self-reflection?
Ourselves.
Yes, the boss, the leader has to do a self-reflection. Yes. It's not only the employees who needs to be nurtured with accountability. It's also us, because what happens is as leaders, we also tend to become a little complacent, and we are getting into that taken for granted. Okay, he will do it. You just give it and it's done. Then beyond, we don't want to think about it, because we feel it's okay. You have other things to do, a lot of other work, and it's not your botheration. So maybe there again, you need to work on your own self. You need to reflect and try understanding, okay, how is it and all that. And feedback. You need to give regular feedback to the employees so that they understand very clearly what are the issues that they need to be focusing on and how do they handle those issues. Right, Tanvi, can we go to the next slide? Thank you. So let's see with this small caselet, two men carrying heavy stones down a dusty road are stopped by a stranger who asks, what are you doing? So the first person says, the first man answers, can't you see I am carrying stones? The second person says, I am helping to build a cathedral. So which of the two would you choose to be a part of?
Number two.
B2.
Number 2.
Yes. Yes for the activity. Thanks. Right. So why number 2?
Because I'm focusing on. Go ahead, Babita.
Go on. Carry on.
Because I'm focused on the end result. What I am going to do with those stones. But number one, he's so focused on carrying the stone. I'm so focused on what's gonna happen.
Right. Yes. Thanks. I think Cecilia also says number 2. Zelia also says 2. Okay. Majority of you have chosen this. Yes, that's the right way, because we are looking at the result. We're looking at the better way of looking at things is, look at the positive side of it, not just looking at carrying stones because they're very heavy. So it becomes very, boring, and you start feeling fatigue. What is this? Every day I'm carrying stones. So if the goal is actually clear with the employees, then he also actually feels very responsible for the job. Yeah, can we move to the next? So there's a model that we're going to discuss now. Tanvi? Tanvi, are you there? Yes. Poor thing, she may be busy somewhere, but she's also helping me. Participation versus buy-in. Yeah, the next slide. Yes, so we can look at this x-axis and y-axis. The x-axis, we were talking about buy-ins, if you remember, that if we give this, if the buy-in is there, the employee is ready to buy in, then you are in the win-win situation. So that's why we're looking at buy-in and participation. So how do we look at it? The first one, the left side of the zone that you see is towards low on buy-in and high performance participation. So that's what we have in number 1. Number 2 is more buy-in and more participation. So it's more both on buy-in and participation. That's why you see that the second person spoke that he is actually helping to build the cathedral, because he knew the idea, he knew the why the organization is doing this. Why was he doing it? He knew that. So he was very happy to do it. And that's why you can see the buy-in and the participation. Right. So to the next slide, we see 4 quadrants. Yes. So here you can see the first one is relief. So the person, it's a red in color, you can see, and we need to work on that area. So which is again high on, no, let's start with, no, this is okay. Relief is high on buy-in and low on participation. So this is okay. Now we're looking at the above promise. Promise is a handshake, wherein the person is trying to kind of understand what you want. Okay. The first one, I think I should go with the first one. If you see the first quadrant, that is a yellow one, that's the first quadrant, that is disagree. That means completely your team member is not ready to agree what you say. So there is a problem. He is actually not very clear about the concept. Maybe there are other issues as well that's on his mind. So that's why he's disagreeing on the whole thing. So that's why he's not buying in your concept. So it's low buy-in and low participation. That's very clear. So you need to work on him, and you can make your strategies based on that. So next is the relief, wherein you're trying to kind of bring him to that situation wherein he is okay, but not completely. So he is high on buy-in, but then participation level is low. Now, what is that issue? You'll need to figure it out. Now, third one is agreement, wherein he's low on buy-in and the participation he's high. So here he is ready to participate, but then because he doesn't completely understand your plan or your strategy or whatever you're trying to say, so there is a problem there. So that little problem needs to be addressed. And finally comes the promise, which is the best one. And if at all you have the your employees who are in that kind of, that's a win-win situation, wherein he's accepting whatever you are saying. You don't have to say much. You just have to explain the employee, and he's ready, willing to do the work. He says, okay, I will take it. Not a problem. I can do it. The set time, I can finish it. That's what is the promise. Now, the next slide, we're looking at disagreement. Now, what is it? Now, how do we actually strategize or look at going with this disagreement? Tanvi, can we move forward? Yes, the next slide. Yes. So if we look at this, we're looking at disagreement. You know that completely it is a no situation wherein the employee is not at all happy. Relief is maybe you can consider all of this. He's excused. He's trying to excuse himself, exempt himself from the plan or idea. He's not telling much about it, but he's just trying to do all of these. Then he's also, trying to be silent wherever it is needed. So that's what he does. Now looking at agreement. So what he does is cooperate. He tries to cooperate. He says, okay, not a problem. I'll be with the team. We're doing a team activity. I'll be there. So it's a kind of cooperate, but he's not completely okay. So that's why we call it as an agreement. And the last one is commitment. He's completely committed. Then he is dedicated. He embraces the idea and he takes it forward. So there's a complete accountability part in this person, this employee. So let's look at one situation and then we'll see how to, next slide. No, I think the case is not visible, right?
No.
Color has to be changed.
No.
Dr. Latangi, give me 1 minute. Let me see.
Yeah, no problem. I think almost all the slides, whichever has this, may have this problem. If you change the color, can you change the color and see? The font color can be changed?
No, actually the situation is not there on it. I was checking that.
Oh, no, actually it is there, no?
It should be, that's what I'm seeing that. Okay, 1 second.
No, here. The color, the background color.
No, actually the situation is not on this. How is it missing?
No, 1 minute. Let me cross check once.
Yeah, can you cross check on your end?
Yeah, I'll check it. 1 minute. Oh. Yeah, something. How did this happen? I don't know. I also can't see it. No, I can't see it.
Okay, so let's just move forward. On the back, I'll just check in another copy if we have meanwhile.
Right. Yeah, I think it will be there in that. So maybe I can read it out. Do you have written it in the handbook? Can you check if you have it?
I don't think the handbook will have the situation.
No, don't have it in handbook. You can read it out.
I can read it out, and I think I'll go slow. So
yes, so we'll note it down.
Right. There is a situation. You are in a meeting with your team where you are briefing about an initiative that the organization.
Slowly, please. Slowly, we are noting it down.
Oh,
You're in a meeting.
Sorry. Yeah, you are in a meeting with your team, where you are briefing about an initiative that the organization wants to take up over. And above that, the work at hand. So they already have some work, but the organization is wanting to take some more initiative. Right. The next is while listening about the initiative in detail, from you, your team members are silent. They do not show any excitement. And initiative to take up the idea shared. You sense that they disagree and have some undercurrent issues. What will you do? So this is the whole issue, that there is a new initiative that the organization is taking apart from the existing one. Your team members are silent. They're just listening to the information that you just disclosed in this meeting. And they are not showing any excitement, nor they're also talking about it. They're not asking you much also about it. They're just listening to you passively. So you understand that there is some disagreement, there is some undercurrent problem. So how do you handle this? What will be your strategy of handling them?
I will come up with a plan, because we already have work on hand, at hand, but it's not said in the case study whether they are overburdened or not. Let's say they are not overburdened, they just have enough work for the team, for each member. So I would like to motivate them. First of all, I'm going to come up with a plan and want them to buy in the idea, to tell them that the organization has already chosen to go along with that. So we have the work, what we need to do. I believe in you all. I know you are able to do much more than what you are doing. I'm not saying that you don't have enough work, you have, but let's walk an additional mile together. I'm going to be here wherever there is need for me to put my hand in the work, do something. I'm going to be here. Don't you worry about that. Let's do it together, because together I'm sure we will be able to do it.
Okay. Okay. So you're going to talk with them. You're going to explain on that.
First of all, yes.
Okay. Okay. Great. I think
Okay.
that's one
May
way.
I?
Yeah, please.
Okay. For me, if I understand this statement right, I will, from the silence in the room and for the non-responsive attitude they are giving, because remember, the statement, I want to add on to the current situation, to the current initiative that does exist. For me, I see that already there's discontentment from previous initiative, which they are which they are engaged right now. Okay, so the discontentment from previous initiative, they were not talking about it. And this is why when I am introducing new initiative, they don't show any response. They sort of disagree. It's like I'm imposing or adding on to the current discontentment that they are having. So for me, I will take a step back and address the undercurrent issue that they are facing. Because for me, I'm gonna see it difficult to move ahead if they are already in a position where they are not okay. Because the statement the statement ended, they disagree, they sort of they disagree and have some undercurrent issue. So for me, I think I have to address the undercurrent issue, because knowing that I will be adding on to the current initiative.
Okay, that's great. So you're talking about the previous issue and as well, so that once you address the previous issue, then they will go forward to think about, okay, fine, this is resolved, so there's no problem. Right?
Yes.
So that's what you want to do. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah. Anyone else wants to add it?
And
Uh,
one thing also, sorry, Cecilia?
yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I'll add on later. Go ahead.
No. This is Tanvi.
Tanvia, sorry. Sounds like Cecilia.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Please continue. Please continue. I was talking to
Okay,
Dr.
no,
Latani.
yeah, I was just going through this, reading the statement once again. I'm in a meeting. I'm talking about an initiative. Again, it shows that their silence and not showing any emotion. It's in the a result of me not hearing them out, or listening to them, or gathering their ideas in relation to that new initiative. So it's just me thinking of a new initiative, pouring out to them out there without them making any contribution. So I'm also thinking that way.
Okay, I think here also, sorry, I just had to. Okay, so I think I can see Darlene also saying, I'll try to convince them and make them understand,
I don't know.
understand. Yeah.
Okay. Also, I will adding to the with my everybody saying that if they are not showing any emotion to do that, I will try to stand them up in order to change the neurology, you know. And maybe I could make an activity before in order to get them into, to make them feel that they are part of this.
Okay.
And I will try to do so. Thank you.
Okay, so you're trying to address their concern, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So I think, yeah, the PPT has come back. Thanks, Tanvi.
Yeah,
Right.
I finally found the one with the situation in it.
I don't know how it missed. I totally.
Yeah, it happens sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
With one version, it might have gone, so I opened another version.
Okay, thanks. Can we go to the next?
Yeah.
Yes. So I think we need to actually focus on, making them look at the big picture, because we want them to understand why we are trying to do this, so that they will take up this activity, and they will be ready to take the task to do it. So that's what we will try to do. So the next, moving forward, Tanvi. Yes, so by doing so, we're looking at this disagreement. So by doing so, they're in the disagreement part. So we try to see the objectivity. What is the objectivity of this plan? And try to bring in that meaning to it. They're into the object, they're complaining, and then they try to dispute. So bring them to the dispute level. That means they're trying to converse with you. They're trying to talk to you, because during the dispute, they cannot be silent. They will have to talk. So if they start talking, then you know what is the challenge, what is their issue. So this is something where you can try to target, focus on, because if employees, the team members are not willing to speak, then you will not know what is the problem. So you make them speak, make them come to that level of dispute, so that you can point out how to go ahead with this. Yeah, going ahead. Yeah, so how do you spot it? How do you deal with it? Disagreement, object, complaint, dispute. In your team member, how do you try figuring it out? Whether this person is in disagreement level, or object level, or complaint level? Objecting it, yes, he's going to speak.
Definitely.
Right. So how else will you identify? Then how would you deal with this?
Well, it's more got to do with the silence, and the body language also will speak for itself.
Right.
And what else? Babita, help me out there.
Audrey also says body language. That's great. Body language, because it's a non-verbal communication. The verbal communication, yes, of course, they might come back and object to it, say, no, I disagree with it. I do this. I don't think it is going to work out.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say, Denise, to add on what you're saying, I would say body language is going to give us most of the reaction of the team members, their face, their eyes, where they are looking,
their body gestures, their body position. Even though they are not talking, they are not uttering any word, you will understand that they are not agreeable to taking over of the new initiatives. How to deal with it? I would tend to communicate with my staff. This is what I usually do. I would communicate with them. I would like invite them to come forward to say it, because as I always say, it is the one doing the work that know best where they are situated, what is their abilities, what are their competencies, and what they can do. So I'll ask them to come forward. I'll invite them to voice out their grievances, their mind, to just talk out their mind.
Okay, all right. So
Sorry?
Is it enough?
We are complimenting each other, so I think it's
yes, every time since day one.
That's a good combination. I think you are good. Are you also nearby?
Not that much, but we are both on islands in the same ocean. In the same
Indian Ocean, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We
So
share the same time, the same weather.
Yeah. Same time.
Right.
Mostly same culture also.
Oh, okay. That's
Mostly
nice.
same culture.
Maybe you can meet sometime in the future. This
Sure.
will help you do that also. Right. So any other inputs?
Like what I've said initially, how to deal with it. What Babita is saying is very important, the communication, because the thing is, you have to create the ideal environment for staff to feel comfortable to voice out, so that you can do away with the disagreement, the complaint, the dispute. It will not show. I mean, if you create the right environment for your staff, whatever situation, I mean, it falls down to what we've learned so far in the session. I can see that all the presentations are in sequence with each other. So definitely the right environment and communication will erase eventually all that we are discussing now to create the perfect environment. Yes.
Yes. Thanks. That was a very good summary of what you had in mind. So that's good. So anyone else who wants to add in here, or shall we go to the next stage of the employee's mood? Can we just move forward, Tanvi? Yes. We're looking at now relief. This is the second stage. Yeah. So the next slide. Okay, so relief, we understand that relief is something where we're talking about in terms of the employee who is not disagreed. He is a little better in terms of, there are certain things how you can look at it is he feels excluded, then exempt, then excluded, excused. He also excuses himself from the task that is to be assigned. Then absenting, maybe when the task is supposed to be allotted, maybe he's also absenting. So somewhere he doesn't want to voice out, but he's there in that area. So this is an area of concern. Now, going forward, let's look at a caselet. I hope the caselet is visible. Yeah. During the same meeting, this is another situation similar to the previous one. During the same meeting, one of the team members was vocal and critical about an initiative that he thought his work plate was too much filled and struggling with the bandwidth. Post you're sharing the big picture with him, you sense that he is a bit embarrassed and at the same time guilty of not supporting the noble cause. What will you do? How will you handle this person and the situation? Mr. Hassan, Mr. Mohammed, you're all silent.
Well, for me, we go back to the stone in the cathedral, because he stood up. He was very vocal and critical, but if he was critical in a positive way, constructively critical, this could have been something else. But he was so vocal and critical about his current situation, so he's only seeing carrying the stone. Like his work plate is too much filled and he is struggling, but yet when he's been seen, he's shown the big picture, definitely he will be embarrassed, because the end result is the cathedral, is the initiative taking the company further, and definitely he will feel guilty for not supporting the noble cause. But I will understand him, because this is what makes the team. You cannot have people with the same wavelength as you, and it takes people like him to make a difference. But then again, you have to coach him and make him realize that you need to change from that fixed mindset and go out there and do more. Yeah.
Right. Thanks. I think that's a great input. Okay. So anyone else who would want to answer?
I would go with Denise, because I respect this employee. I would respect this employee much, because he has been able to voice out.
Correct.
And then in a team, it's not always that everybody is getting equal amount of work. It may be equal in terms of quantity, yet the problem is that some work takes much more time or much more intensity is much more there. So I would respect this employee. I would accept that he is spared from being giving more work unless he completes the first part. But I will ask him to, you know what, don't feel embarrassed, because the time you're going to finish, you're going to join another member of the team, or whenever you feel you have some time, please come forward, just join in your friends and add on what you're doing.
Okay, that's a good way of dealing with it. So as a leader, you try to be empathetic to them.
Okay, yeah, sure, you have to.
Right. That's nice. So anyone who wants to add in here, any other strategy that you will use? Mr. Mohammed, you're done? In the chat, he said he was listing it out. So. Mr. Yesh, you want to give anything? Audria, Cecilia?
I think what I can do is to assure this employee so that next time it doesn't feel embarrassed by maybe not getting it right.
Okay.
Yes.
So
assurance.
you will console him. Okay. And maybe you will say that, no, it's okay, you can look at it. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So yes, this is also a way of dealing with such employees who will you make them feel comfortable and see to that next time they are okay to take up the task. Right. So can we move forward, Tanvi? Yeah. Next, we have done this. Yes. So here we are looking at this particular aspect of relief. Now, how do we deal with this? It starts from relief, then excluded, exempt, and excused. These are the 4 stages that an employee can actually take. So let's go to the next. Now, how do we identify this? That he is in this particular stage and dealing with this person. Relief, excluded, exempt, and excused. Excused because he understood the situation and then you're trying to, excuse him. He feels embarrassed and can you spot these in the employees? Is it a verbal or non-verbal communication?
Both.
Both. Okay.
It's a bit that the case study that we just had.
Yes,
He's
yes,
willing
yes.
to take. He's willing to take to be party to it. Unfortunately, he didn't have the. He don't have. He cannot do it.
Right. So he actually did not have the complete understanding. So that's why he says, I have a lot of things at hand and I'm full and I can't do it. He's trying to excuse, giving a lot of excuses for not able to do it. But then when you explain and try to give him the big picture, then he accepts it and then he feels embarrassed. So these are the stages that he can go through. Right. Can we move ahead? Yeah, agree. So the next slide, Tanvi. Yes, this is agree is quite simple, which we already spoke about. He is next in the zone where he is trying to kind of being cooperative, not completely buy-in, but he is cooperative. So he will participate, but not complete buy-in. So this is where the employee is. So the next situation, we have one situation. Tanvi, to the next slide. Yeah, this is a situation. You have recently asked to take over an assignment which was till now done by another team. Ravi, who was leading, would now be reporting to you. This is a situation where the other person is trying to report to you. You and his team, not yours, think that he is the best person suited to lead. Due to some issues between him with higher ups, you have been asked to lead. So that's the situation. Now you believe that Ravi along with the team are the best men for the job assigned. There is an undercurrent in the team on the issue of your team leading them. They think that Ravi was wronged by the higher ups as he was fighting for something that was right. How would you break the ice with Ravi? Because he was actually your senior who was on the job, but then since he was assigned something else and you were given his job, so he feels a little excluded or left away. So
very delicate situation to deal with.
Yes, yes. So
yeah, very delicate. Oh my God, it's going to be difficult. You have to think a lot. You cannot say things right out. You have to
think a lot how to deal First of all, you should know who is Ravi, what is plus, what is minus. So how to know how to tackle Ravi, because this is a very delicate situation.
Right.
I
And
would
no,
like
but
to
they have
give-
told, no, Babita, they've already told that Ravi was leading, no, Ravi who was leading would now be reporting to you. You and his team members think that he is the best person suitable for the job. So because you have seen his work, you have had an opportunity to see his work. So that's why you are sure that he was the best person. But then because of some issue, you're taking his place. So it's known to you. You know that he is able to do the work.
So it become even more difficult. Why? Because
Yes.
you know Ravi, you know his ability, you know he can do it. It's only because the boss is not agreeable to what he has asked or said. So this is why I think the attitude of the boss is not right. But we have to deal with it. Now we have to deal with it. We have to deal with it.
Yeah, Dennis, come on.
So that for me, we have to, like you said, Babita, I think the others might agree, have to be very careful when treading down this path, because the situation as is, Ravi, he's good. I am seen also to be good. But then again, our seniors. So we cannot play the blame game here. Stating that the higher ups, I will tell it's not me, it's them choosing me over you. I won't do that. What I'll do is that I think I'll have a one-to-one with Ravi first, because definitely we are treading a lot of emotions there. Uncertainty, happiness, anger, not forgetting about the team that he was leading, and also what they are expressing. I think I have a one-to-one with Ravi. This is how I will break the ice with him. Tell him straight out. We have this two-way communication together, because eventually we have to move on with what has been decided, despite our differences or despite our expectation. We have to fulfill the company's goal. And this is no matter what will happen between me, Ravi, or the team. This is the goal. The objective is first and foremost the most important thing. So I will have to have a one-on-one with Ravi, and eventually, when we go into the room together, so it will change the perception of his team, if I can say. So in order for us to start moving forward, that is.
Right. I think that's being very diplomatic, and you're trying to handle it very professionally to say that, the organizational goals are actually very important, and the personally you know how to handle it, and you'll go speak it out with him and say that it's not your mistake, that it's not your business. You did not want to do this, but then you were given the task, so you have to do it. So that's what you would like to do it. So yes, that's a very good strategy also, wherein you're trying to speak it out with the person itself and trying to bring him on the same page. Right. Yeah. Thanks for that. I think even Darlini or Dennis who said, no, you're Dennis. So I saw Darlini's, I think, message. Yes. Something that will demolish Ravi. Yeah. She says, yeah, but then we have to handle the situation because it's official, and ultimately you're given the responsibility. The task has to be carried out, and you need to break the ice. Right. So can we move forward? Tanvi? Forward, next. Yeah. So this is where we're looking at. We're looking at agree, confirm, cooperate, and concede. Finally, he surrenders. Says, okay, fine. I'm with you. No problem. So this is what will happen to even Ravi. First of all, he will go ahead with all of this, agree, then confirm, because he also has something in his mind. He's also upset with the whole situation. So probably he will have all those stages in his mind. So then finally he will surrender. He'll say, okay, fine, what you said is right. So let's go along. Let's move forward. Right. So can we go forward? to the next, yeah. I think the spotting and dealing with it, you're good. You've done already the strategies. So, right. So we're looking at promise. This is the final stage. I think promise is more easier because you have the buy-in. The employee is in this zone where he is buying in your idea and he's okay with what you say and he's accepting this and he takes the accountability to complete the task. So this is the best place where the boss can actually be happy. Yeah, to the next we have a case. Yeah, to the next. Yes, this is the case. Babita looks very tired. I think since morning you have a lot of work and this also, right? Yeah, so we are just winding up. So let's just finish this. You and Amit, who is a coach of Indian national hockey team, held players with a high spirit. The team is passionate to help India regain its lost glory in hockey and want hockey to become the sought after sport. The players worked diligently and left no stones unturned to hone their skills. With sheer dedication, they reached till World Hockey Finals, and however, on the D-Day, they could not make it. It was a massive setback for the team, who consequently won all previous matches. How would you help the team to focus on the promise to help India gain the lost glory?
Maybe I am thinking that we could say to them that we have to learn what happened in order to not to repeat it, in order to accomplish the promise, in order to see the objective, the spirit that they feel in the inside. So maybe we can learn from the experience in order to not to do it again and to get the objective.
Right. So consoling them on whatever happened and then saying that okay, we can do your best in the next. Not a problem. Right. Yeah. Thanks, Ms. Cecilia. So any other inputs? I think this part is quite easy. It's not like the previous case.
Yeah. I would say that first of all, everyone would be demotivated because when, as Amit is the coach, and they had a high spirit first of all, and they knew that they were like most probably sure that they were going to win, but unfortunately it's a game. There should be a loser and a winner, and unfortunately it happened that they lost the game. But then I would say I would be together with the coach. I would like bring up that remove that demotivation and tell them that there will be a next time. So let's start preparing us from now itself. Let's see where we have gone wrong and work on our weaknesses so that next time we are much more prepared than this one.
Okay, so motivate them to do better in the next
and work on the failures
For
where
me,
right.
If I can add on, I definitely will, because the last statement, how will you help the team to focus on the promise? For me, the promise has been kept because it's not the final. Before reaching the final, they have gone through so much. And the statement says that they have consequently won all previous matches. So already the promise has been kept to help India regain. But unfortunately, just like Babita says, in business, there's profit and loss. So definitely in a game, there must be a winner and a loser. They might be seen as loser to the world, but for India, they are winners because they've made it to the finals. And I will, despite as human being, yes, we will be demotivated. Expectation is always high. You're so focused, but it's at the end of the day, it's the focus on the promise. And maybe next time, yes, they can do it. But I think by reaching the finals, they have regained India's lost glory.
Right. So maybe they're the second winners, not the first. Maybe they're second. So it's still not bad. There's nothing wrong in
Sorry, there seems to be I seems to lost the sound here.
Yeah. No, I said maybe they are second. The first is a winner, and they're not losers, but they have come second out of all the team members.
Now I'm hearing you. Sorry, I seem to have lost connection.
Yeah, so I was just saying they may be the second out of all the team members who had competed. So it's okay. That's not a big deal, right? Tanvi, can we move forward? Yeah, next. Yes, so these are the different stages that we were looking at: promise, embrace, dedicate, and commit. So finally, they're committing to the goal that is set. Right. So moving forward. Tanvi, to the next slide. We're almost there. We're trying to close it with this model.
Tanvi brought
right.
the last.
Yes. No, the last model. Yeah. Tanvi, please go to the last.
Okay. I thought I was on the wrong slide. Sorry.
No. It's correct because we have already done the spotting and deal with it.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So this is what we were trying to say is that, to bring in accountability, we were trying to say, how do we bring in accountability with the team members? So if there is an issue, then there is an issue with the buy-in, or is there an issue with the participation? So looking at the 4 quadrants, maybe they are they're among these quadrants. They're fitting in some place wherein it's either they disagree, relieve, agreement, or promise. So when you know where they are, then you know how to target and what to do with them. So you can have your strategies made and then speak to them one-on-one, or maybe if it's a team, then maybe sit with them and then plan it out and then bring whatever the results are, you can just target at it. So I hope with this, you're clear with what it brings to bring in nurturing accountability in your team members. So with this, I just wanted to ask you this: what is the takeaway? Do you have any takeaways, or you feel?
That makes good.
Any takeaways that you can think of?
How to make employees buy in the idea, buy in the initiatives, how to motivate them, and how to also understand your employee.
If they have the buy-in, but they cannot participate because of some factual reasons, so we have to understand that.
Right. Thank you. So anyone else who want to? Thank you. Anyone who wants to add in here so we can close the session?
The importance of doing and different ways to do that depends from the situation. Right. It's a very important point of view. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Dennis, anything from your side?
I'm losing the connection here.
Okay, so I think now the battery is down.
Yeah,
I'm
actually
losing the
Dennis,
connection here.
yeah, Dennis already gave her comment on the chat as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't see that. Sorry. Accountability
sorry,
is very
because I'm losing
important.
the connection when I'm talking. I think I'm sort of, the internet is getting bad here.
Okay. All right. So I think I got your comment here. Thanks for that. And Hassan says accountability and commitment is very important. Right. I think we are done for today, and we're closing with your actions. So maybe you can look at the big picture. You can look at identifying the employees who have trouble in which areas, then target looking at those areas and trying to bring in those buy-ins and participations in them.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Latangi. I think this was a session very well taken. I mean, I could join in between. I'm sorry I was not there all through, but I could see whenever I was joining, people were, very participative. And in every situation that you were saying, people had some inputs to give.
Yeah. So they're very active this batch, particularly.
Yes,
I really
yes.
liked.
Yes,
Very
and
nice.
even
Please come
Audrey is
to-
on camera today, and
So if you're in Bangalore sometime, you should meet.
Thank you.
Then he's going to arrange for a course for us, for the team in Bangalore.
Okay,
I
thank
second
you.
that,
Please
Babita.
do come. Bangalore is a beautiful, city. So it's nice. You will enjoy the weather. You will enjoy the food, the people, places.
Tanvi, so it's all in your hand. It's all
I
in
need
your
to do
hand.
that.
Yeah, it's all in your hand for the whole team. For the whole team.
For this batch specifically, I'll arrange a offline session.
So sweet.
Sure. Right. Please. Okay. Right.
So
Bye.
you see,
Take
the
care.
buy-in in here. The buy-in is here. We don't know about other participation. The buy-in is here. Already applying the lesson.
Right. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Participants, I have just posted the day 7 feedback link also in the chat. But you are just free to end the session. I'll share the same in the WhatsApp as well. So no worries.
Tomorrow we're gonna be on Bharati or on Zoom?
Yes, thank you for the reminder, Denise. Tomorrow we will be back on Zoom, but please keep this link bookmarked so that you will, be having one more session on this, 1 or 2 sessions on this. But tomorrow we are back on Zoom.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Tanvi.
So goodbye,
Thank
everyone.
you, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I just wanted to ask Cecilia. Cecilia, are you okay today? Couldn't see you. Are you having some health problem or you okay?
I have some camera problems, so that is why I couldn't put it.
Camera problem.
I thought you were not well. I thought you were not well.
No.
Hi,
No, thank
Audrey.
God, I'm very good. Thank you very much for asking.
Okay, my pleasure.
Okay, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow. Bye. Bye, everyone. Bye.
And Farsit, we have not included day 8 in the handbook because we have something interesting planned for you tomorrow. You will see.
Okay, thank you.
You won't need the handbook for the same. So
Okay.
don't worry. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.